Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to the land of Sundered Crowns. On the last episode, the party triumphantly led the defense of the small community of Aldwell, with a tremendous intimidation check by Laurium, halting their initial charge before it could ever reach the town's walls. Delivering a personal challenge to the apparent leader of the Horde, Athgarod, and then the party besting him and his lieutenants in group combat before leading a charge of the rest of the defenders that dispersed the Horde that had begun infighting after the death of their leader. You also took several shots at the shaman that had previously stood at Athgarod's side. He, unfortunately, was able to escape under the cover of a troop of ogres and a small but apparently disciplined cadre of hobgoblins and regular goblins who retreated away whilst the defenders and you guys participated in mopping up the rabble that remained. Upon returning to Aldwell, you have been taking part in a somewhat impromptu but nonetheless very joyous celebration of victory. When last we left, Nyx was in the process of passing out upstairs. Laurium was still drinking heartily with the rest of the defenders in the common room. Uthra and Naira were hallucinating on the roof, and Wander was hallucinating by the well. So, as we start again, several hours have passed now. A lot of the initial wild jubilation has run its course somewhat. There is still this kind of effervescent feeling of relief and joy that pervades the town, as most people seem to simply be kind of sitting around in small groups, bewildered at the unexpected turn that this day has taken and the practically bloodless victory that you won for the town. So we will start with Laurium, actually. What are you doing, since you're the only one who's kind of hasn't been actively engaged in something?
What time was it at night at the moment?
At this point, it's actually still not full dark. You had your encounter with the Horde at around about, I'd say 3 in the afternoon. However, as I said, about 3 or 4 hours, or 2 or 3 hours have passed since then. So it's probably about 5:30, 6 p.m. at this point. So the sun is starting to get low, and it's twilight is starting to come in. But yeah, it's definitely not full night yet. It's kind of the middle of the evening.
Okay, because I think we had him, roll a con saving throw because he was literally just running around celebrating with all of the survivors.
Yes.
And I rolled really shitty, and he basically just kept running back, drinking, and retelling the story.
That's true. You did get an 11.
And
So, well,
being blitzed and getting escorted up to his room.
fair enough then. Okay, so yeah, so you and Nyx then, I guess, are kind of in rooms side by side. My camera's glitching out again, so I'm just going to turn that off again. Sorry, guys. We'll go then to Wander next. You, having taken a more sensible dose, are still more or less in control of your faculties and aware of, kind of the boundaries between reality and the somewhat enhanced senses that you are currently perceiving, but are experiencing a very strange feeling of, there's always been kind of a level of removal between you and the senses of this body. They've always felt slightly kind of alien to you in a way, as if you're aware that you're simply seeing through them rather than with them. But with this, that sense of removal is heightened almost, but also the integration that you feel with it is enhanced as these strange sensations that are undeniably yours, but also undeniably fictional, undeniably kind of just in your head. Perceiving them with these senses is a very strange sensation for you. But regardless, you've been sitting there for a couple of hours watching the comings and goings of the people around you. For the most part, the townsfolk have left you alone. They don't seem frightened of you so much as kind of just respectful of the fact that you don't seem too receptive to company or conversation in general. But is there anything that you would like to do as you as you're sitting there?
No, I think he'll just experience the high for a while.
Okay. And let me see. What did you roll on your con save there?
Oh, that failed hard.
Oh, very, very low.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
so
Oh yeah.
okay, so yeah, you're gonna be enjoying that for quite some time then. And I guess we'll switch back to well, let me see. So Nix and Lorium are both kind of face down in bed. So Naira and Uther, you guys are on the roof, and shockingly, given that you both ingested a full mushroom, um, are the most in kind of command of your faculties as night starts to draw in. The As I said, initial kind of wild jubilation of the celebration happening below has mostly passed, but there are still, the tavern is still definitely the focal point of everybody's lives right now, with all of them seeming to be kind of still gathered there, if not precisely actively celebrating anymore. You have seen several members of the Golden Band and Cloven coming and going. Apparently, getting down to a little bit, at least a little bit of actual business as a most kind of uproarious part of the celebration wanes. But what are you guys going to be doing?
Hanging out on the roof until I'm sober enough to climb down without face planting.
Well, let me see. What did you rolled?
I think it was like 3 hours.
Yeah. So that is actually coming to an end now. Naira, you actually rolled just a 2. So yeah, you are pretty much entirely recovered at this point.
Yeah, so I assume
From
for the
the
past
effect.
hour I've been pointing at the stars in the sky, or whatever stars I could see, coming out, and start telling about all the constellations and shit like that. And Uther has just been like, pew.
Very much so. um, like the stars either appear way, way further away than they normally do, or way, way closer through your eyes, Uther. Although, again, that sensation is starting to wane a little, and you're starting to kind of come back to yourself and your senses.
Do one of those large stretches mixed with the yawn and go, I think I've come down. Yep, my hand no longer turns into flowers when I look at it. I'm pretty good, actually. You ready to go down and see what the rest of them's doing?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Hopefully I can do this with a little bit of grace. And then I'm going to acrobatics my way down.
Go for it. Naira, you don't need to, being a tabaxi.
But I could show off, right?
You could.
No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to tabaxi my way down.
Okay. An 11 is enough to climb. Like you kind of have a little bit of a slippy, slidey descent, but you are able to make your way down without falling far enough to take any serious damage. And yeah, the two of you are able to make your way back to ground level. As you come out from around the side of the Fox and the Hound, you can see Wander sitting beside the well with his usual kind of entourage of distant but interested onlookers. There's that kind of radius around him where nobody's coming, but there's just outside that radius, there's a number of townsfolk kind of just watching him and evidently gossiping essentially. What are you guys going to do? Is there anyone in particular you want to head?
Nowhere in particular. I'd probably just go straight back into the tavern.
Indeed. And I guess now that I'm down, I'll kind of babysit my friends as I watch Lorium run around, exclaiming jubilantly of our victory.
Oh, actually,
well-
I do want to talk to Wander. Although I don't know that he's high, do I?
No, you do not.
Okie doke.
And Lorium is no longer jubilantly running around. Lorium is face down in a bed upstairs.
That's even better.
Is it though?
So I'm gonna walk over to Wander.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wander?
He's kind of rubbing some of the moss on the well.
Wander, are you
Yeah.
okay?
Takes a good 4 count, but then he responds and yes. The eyes are really bright.
Wait, are you looking that injured?
Yeah, he looks a little hurt. Too, he does look a little hurt. Just a little bit.
Wander, are you sure I can't heal you?
Another 3 or 4 second wait. There he goes. I'm okay. His head kind of lolls back a little.
Can I insight check to see if I understand what's going on?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you get the impression that he's not. Yeah, he's not in. This isn't the result of any kind of injury or anything like that. This is, this was a normal.
Well, I was literally just hanging out with Uther, who was high while I was sober.
Yeah, no. So I'll say that you have a pretty good idea of what is going on right now.
Then she has pulled the party charter out of her bag, but she stuffs it back in and goes, there will be a better time. You have fun, okay, Wander?
Oh. Just kind of drifts off.
And she returns to the inn.
Okay. So, let me quickly get us there. Oh, and let me move your tokens in properly. Things in there. Okay. There you are, Naira and Uther. Okay, so
I'm still okay. There it goes.
yeah. You should all, by the way, have visibility on the common room, even if your token isn't here. Is that the case?
I do, yeah.
I see.
Excellent.
I'm still loading in.
Same, brother.
How the turns table.
Yes, how the tables spin right round.
Copyright, shut up.
In fact, can the table please stop turning? That would be great.
Yeah, please, it's making me sick.
You want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride?
I need to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Actually, can I stay on Mr. Bones' wild ride?
You take 1d4 psychic damage.
Yes! Me or my character?
Yes.
Yes.
Where's Falco?
Oh,
There he is. I found him.
Okay.
When you
He's
say
also high.
when you say visibility, do you mean I can just see the common room, or I should see the people in it?
You should see the people in it and everything.
I don't.
I do not have visibility.
Oh, okay. Let me
Probably because our characters are on the same map. They're just elsewhere.
possibly, but 2 ticks. I clicked the wrong thing. Everybody still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Let me try changing you all to owners. Okay, how about now?
No.
No.
Oh, there it goes.
Hey, okay, I needed to re-import the token. That was it. Okay, cool. Glad we figured that one out. Okay, so yeah, Uther, Naira, you guys enter into the common room. Uther, you got here a little bit before her. If there's anything that you want to do solo, as I mentioned, it's a still very happy, but somewhat less rowdy and jubilant group or tavern that you walk into now, compared to how it was when you guys left. But
Is there any dancing?
there is a little, yes. I mean, it's not, as I said, the same kind of level that it was before, but it seems like the courtesans and the staff of the Fox and the Hound have, returned to what they feel like they do best, putting on a little bit of a show, creating a pleasant atmosphere. And there is one of the bards. Zavara is no longer on the table. One of the bards and a couple of the courtesans are putting on a little bit of a show. Nothing too kind of extravagant, but just sort of a little, folk song with an accompanying familiar, somewhat choreographed dance.
Naira is watching the dancers with a
Okay.
wistful look on her face.
Uther looks over towards you as he looks towards the dancers. You want to dance? I mean, I'm sure they'd allow us to step in.
Oh, I don't know the steps.
Just smiles. They're easy. I'll lead. You just follow.
Oh, okay.
As all smile and step in, joining onto the dance floor, taking Naira out. As I'll do like the best, like, yes, thank you, excuse us, and step over.
Yeah, and they are more than happy to welcome you on. The musician steps back to give you guys some room, as do both of the dancers that were already there. More than happy to invite you on. There's even a little bit of a cheer from the onlookers as you lead her on, as well as both of you can notice some significant looks exchanged between some of the patrons as they see the two of you continue to keep each other company.
Naira is biting her lip. She looks real nervous.
I just turn towards the bard, as I would say, the rather jaunty one. It's a little bit difficult, but I'm sure you can handle it. The Lover's Affair by Raoul.
And he's just like, right. I think I know the one.
Damn it.
And I'll just wink at Naira and go, "You've got this." And last one of the day, as I'll burn my final bardic inspiration.
And she will say, I trust you to lead.
The bard isn't providing the best accompaniment, unfortunately, but he is still giving the two of you advantage. So go ahead and roll me performance checks with advantage. Doesn't know the song very well.
Oh, that double 10.
Oh no! And I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Roll 1.
No, we got the same.
17. Okay.
Wow.
That's narratively correct.
So yeah, the accompaniment is a little unsure. So initially, so are some of your steps, but eventually, with Uther leading, you both get into the swing of it, put on, and have a lovely time putting on a little bit of a performance in front of the crowd, who very quickly kind of get into the swing of it. The jubilation that you saw earlier is very much still there, just kind of tamped down by time and energy. But at this slight provocation, it comes roaring back, and before even the end of the first song, you have people kind of clapping along, stomping their feet, and cheering for the two of you as you dance. Laurium, Nyx, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Perception?
In your stupor upstairs.
Not bad.
Okay.
1 second.
I look out the window and notice rocks
Hang on,
falling.
sorry, I'll be right back.
All right. That was almost a 4. It was so close.
I know, I watched it.
Oh, 20, nice.
Yeah, I'm super perceptive.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So the two of you upstairs have had a couple of hours now to recover from the worst of your, shall we say, generous imbibing a few hours previously, and are both able to hear this renewal of energy and noise from downstairs. Valko getting in on it, kind of jigging around the side of the two of you as you swing back and forth across the dance floor. And so you, Laurium, and Nyx, are both able to hear this renewal from downstairs and awaken Nyx, both of you in the company of one of the courtesans. And if you guys want to do anything, you can at this point.
Yes. A half asleep, half naked Nyx comes downstairs, walks out, and grabs Valko and brings him up and goes back to sleep.
Steal the dog.
But yeah, just in his underwear. You're welcome. I mean, I'm furry, so
There is an even
So am
louder
I,
cheer.
but
There's an even louder cheer when you appear in this state. More than a few wolf whistles and raucous comments from the assembled gallery.
And Naira going, Nyx, you're indecent.
yeah, he makes a beeline straight for the dog, doesn't even acknowledge anybody else exists, and saunters away.
And the cheers follow you up.
I was gonna say, oh no, don't do it, because Lauren was about to do something similar.
except it was going to be Nick that he was going to go grab.
Oh, daddy.
Yeah.
The noises upstairs were about to be louder than the noises downstairs.
No, he was about to. Well, never mind. He,
Oh, never mind.
no, go ahead.
Well, I'm surprised you don't remember.
Why?
Because I offered you a platinum if you survived the battle.
Oh, he remembers. I have it written down on my book at the top of the page for that session. But yeah, no, he would just wake up like, shit. Hold on 1 second, beauty. I'm going downstairs. Gotta find out what that noise is. And he would, yes, put on just an undershirt and also some trousers. And then, not really caring, just step through the doorway.
I'll drag you down.
I would have said he would have, probably gotten about there to the stairs, I assume,
Mm-hmm.
before he notices what's going on.
Yeah, I mean it's perfectly visible through that door. You can see this small group dancing. The group that's actually grown since the start of their little performance, with several other couples and other people coming up to join them.
They started the dance floor. Yeah, no. He would just, seeing that, just slowly give a little, a smile and just a small little clap. Not audible enough to hear. And then just head back upstairs holding his head.
Okay. So after several more minutes, or like a good 10-20 minutes at least, depending on how long the pair of you feel like staying up there, the celebration continues at this pace. Until you do see Uther and Naira, and Wander as well from the outside. You can see Cloven re-enter in the company, it appears, of Bowden, the veteran, and a number of members of the Golden Band. He pauses outside to talk to several of them for some time. And then two small groups of them leave toward the stables, and you, Wander, are able to see as horses are readied for them, and two groups of three ride out along each of the main roads away from the town. Whilst there's now a steady stream of other members of the Golden Band and the militia heading to and from, in some cases, a little unsteadily on their feet, given their participation in the earlier revelry, to and from the field outside of town where battle was briefly joined. You can actually see them carrying back what look to be spoils from the field. Small piles of weapons and equipment and the like, growing outside the Fox and the Hound in the little square outside. As some things are set aside and some others are just kind of thrown in a heap. As the blacksmith actually comes out and starts to look over some of the equipment that they seem to be gathering in. This continues on, so if at any point any of you would want to kind of ask any questions or get involved in any of this, let me know. This continues on for a good kind of half an hour to an hour or so as night continues to fall. When full dark has finally kind of settled in, the relay stops, though you do still see around the outside now there are still guards set, a torch blazing at the watchtower, at the base of the watchtower on the hill, and then more pools of torchlight at each of the main roads, with small squads of armed men and women at each of them. The rest of them, all of the members of the Golden Band and any militia that still seem to be keen on performing their duties, gather around outside the Fox and the Hound, and you can hear Cloven talking talking to them individually. In some cases, seems to be giving orders, and in some cases, just getting reports as at least some of the work that they were previously doing to patrol and secure the land around Oldwell continues on in the aftermath of the victory. Do you want? Sorry, go on. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought somebody had a question there. Finally, after full night has fallen, many of these figures kind of come back in to the tavern itself, taking up spots at the various tables, or simply kind of bellying up to the bar in some cases. Bowden comes in and settles gratefully into a chair. Beside him, you see his son, who you pulled from the... Oh, no, sorry. Who you met earlier when you were watching the farm burn. Cloven eventually comes in after. And there's, again, every single person that appears through the door in armor is greeted with some kind of cheer or enthusiasm, as people still ride this wave of just easy victory that you handed them. And it is into this happy but kind of settling crowd that Madame Yannicka eventually makes an appearance. Lorium and Nyx, are you guys just going to kind of wait upstairs? Are you just happy to sleep upstairs the whole time?
Lorium is happy to just sleep in at this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
Nyx is gonna sleep.
Fair enough. Eventually, your companions do kind of just sort of make sure that you don't want for anything, and then essentially kind of tuck you in and head out themselves, returning back downstairs. And Madame Yannicka kind of steps out, and at her appearance, she's been kind of making her way back and forth a little bit throughout the evening, moving through the common room and talking to some individuals and things like that. Just generally seeming to continue to embrace her role as hostess. This time, as she steps out, she kind of makes a little bit of a gesture, and the music that the bard is playing kind of slows a little bit. And most of the people on the dance floor kind of step back a little, as if to give her some room, as she seems to indicate that she is heading toward the floor.
Mm.
And as she steps forward, she kind of smiles, like in a very kind of genuine, unguarded expression that none of you are used to seeing on her face. She's always seemed a little kind of coy, being the madam of a bordello, essentially. But she's at this point seems genuinely very relieved and like unmasked, if you like, as she steps forward. And if you will allow her to, she actually kisses both of you on the cheek as she passes, and then steps up and looks out over the packed common room. There's probably at least 70 to 100 people in this room. Even for a place as big as the Fox and the Hound, it is quite packed in here. And as more and more people have kind of arrived, and more of those who participated in the defense have moved in. And she steps forward to the edge of the little raised stage area and raises her voice slightly. He goes, "My friends, my people, my family. Yesterday I spoke to many of you with trepidation, fearing that it may have been our last day together, fearing that the coming violence would soon descend upon our small community and wipe it from the map. Today I speak to you relieved of those fears. Aldwell still stands, and stands stronger than ever. Thanks in the most part to those who came to us just a little over a week ago as strangers, but who now stand here with us as dearest friends and treasured companions. She turns to you, Uther, you being the closest one, and like kind of sweeps her gaze over the room as if looking for any other members of the group. You being the only one there, she speaks pretty much directly to you, and she says, I do not know if any of us can ever truly repay you for the good that you have done since your arrival in our home. But know that henceforth, it will be your home as well. You, all of you, will forever have a place here, and my eternal gratitude. If there is any kindness of hospitality or person that we can offer you, you have but to ask. And there's a rousing cheer from the rest of the city. All of them kind of looking at you, Uther. You again being the only remaining representative of the party that is around.
I would take a step forward, grab onto a shot glass, just anybody's shot glass, doesn't matter what's in it, one of those, and I would take a step back then and turn to Madam Yannicka, giving us the opportunity, the place of refuge, as well as this hospitality that is shown of the town, a worthy leader. And I would do a salute to her, and I would turn to the group, to everyone else, and I would say, and a salute to you, the heroes of Alderleaf. All of our attempts would have been in vain had it not been for you there at the final moments when it was all going to be risked, and for you setting up such a place that would drive them to this kind of engagement. And I would then smile, and I would say, and may you have a community and all live long and prosper. And I would salute and then down it.
Yeah, Madam Yannicka kind of bows and gives a curtsy with again, this quite a genuine look of gratitude on her face for your words. And at your salute and knocking back of the drink at the last, the entire room responds in kind to the heroes of Aldwell! A cheer led by Zavara from the front as everybody kind of knocks back whatever they had remaining in their tankards and glasses, and the music picks back up as Zavara steps forward once more and kind of seems to want to continue the tempo. As Madam Yannicka kind of turns to you and says, "May I have a word?"
Certainly. As I would literally just like hold out my hands as the music's playing, as dancing is an excellent time to keep private conversation.
And she looks at you somewhat kind of agog for a moment, and then the smile returns. She places her hand in yours and begins to follow you in a dance, quite adeptly. Actually, how good a job does she do?
Question. Can I
question.
see that?
From where you are, yes.
Good to know. Thank you.
Mara's like, I don't want to be a part of this. Why is she dancing with my man?
Very well, actually. Yeah, she's obviously a very experienced performer, and she's able to follow you quite deftly as once again more people step back onto the dance floor. As the music picks back up.
Can I make a perception check to see if I can feel the heat radiating from Naira?
It won't be
I like
high.
how passively
So all of a
threatening
sudden,
it was.
Balco's
I'm like,
ears perk up, and he kind of looks up and then just like, wait. Um, and as you're dancing with her, Yannicka speaks. She's not actually making a huge effort to keep her voice down. But she is obviously just kind of trying to have a conversation with only you rather than project her voice at all. And she says, though I spoke to them all, I understand that you, well, very obviously know the value of a performance in public. I meant every word. If there is anything that I can do for any of you, you have but to ask. To start with, well, I understand that groups such as yours generally survive on, well, the generosity of patrons. I would not deign to call myself worthy of such a title, but my gratitude certainly does come with monetary compensation. I have a purse of 500 gold pieces for you and yours, whenever you wish to claim it. Plus, of course, your choice of spoils from the battlefield. I understand that Cloven and his men have been scouring it for some time, although perhaps they will not. I do not believe they will be done until tomorrow.
We'll have a look through that then. And I did believe you. And as a patron of ours, I imagine that we'll do much to help you out as well, knowing that we can come to your aid.
Oh, well, you have already done quite enough, but I will never turn down help that has proven itself to be so effective.
You never know where your ambitions will lead you. I imagine you'll become quite a known figure, perhaps even a force to be reckoned with. The small folk of this place adore you after what you've done.
Well, again, I would hesitate to say that I have done it, but thank you for your words. I came here not expecting to build such a community, and when it started to grow, I did not expect myself to become as fond of it as I have. Thank you for saving it.
Thank you for building it. I'm sure we'll speak with Cloven to pick up what we need, and I'll talk to my friends about the gold. It's always nice to have some kept somewhere safe with someone you trust.
Of course, of course. He and I are at your disposal.
I would kind of stop and give her a bow. And if your ambition leads you somewhere, I believe we will be as well. If not, then we will always have a home here. And I'll smile. And now I must go and speak with the most beautiful woman. And I'll give her a smile and then turn and just begin making my way away.
Yeah, she kind of gives you a quite a formal sort of curtsy bow as you back away, like a something that you would give to an like an honored person that you were meeting, being introduced to a court or something like that. It's a gesture that you recognize, and smiles as you walk away.
And then I would just kind of pause, do that thing where you stop and you just take a moment to do that big mental picture and be like, well done, sir. And I'll turn around and make my way off to bed.
Okie dokie.
Can you fly me, Sky Daddy?
I can.
I was waiting for it.
Can I change my faith to Sky Daddy?
You mean yours isn't already?
It is now.
Wait, that's a yes.
Can I interest you in the good book of Sky Daddy?
It's a very wonderful book, wonderfully illustrated, if I do say so myself.
I drew it.
It was me. I made it.
It's
I
a
would,
picture book.
Step forward, making my way down the hallway, making my way, and reach over and knock on the door. And go, Naira, you decent? Might I enter?
It takes she goes one second, and you hear her sort of scurrying around a little bit, putting things away and stuff like that, and then she will open the door a few inches. Oh, are you done dancing?
I would nod and be like, "Yeah, actually, she's pretty good."
Roll
So-
an insight.
I
was gonna ask.
See, please go. No himbo powers. Don't activate.
Yeah, you say that.
give me that 0.
Aw.
I think that
Blissfully
Naira's natural
unaware.
deception is no. She has a 4, so she could crit fail. No, but I do still win.
And so she said that we've got 500 gold here, as well as home, some other stuff. And I tried to pump her up so the town folk will like her. Maybe she'll decide she wants to be like something a bit more powerful. It's nice to have powerful allies.
Oh, yes, it is. I agree.
Is there like a dead body on the other side of the door? Like,
What?
I can
No.
help you deal with it. That's no problem. It's just
She does sort of start at that and will actually open the door a little further as if to go, no, obviously not.
you gotta undo that little chain thingy off the door. Yeah, so it opens wider. As I would study her with the 7 and be like, but anyways, so you left off where you were talking about what was his name? He had the mammoth. He was making his way across the mountain range. 1207, you said?
She'll undo the chain and open the door and say, I would prefer you tell me about the chain man. Did you ever catch him?
Yeah. He was... The desert was a lot bigger than we thought. And the storms kind of did us rough. We weren't expecting the waters to
And
dry up.
as he's telling this story, she does get into it. She will open the door and sort of gesture him inside.
Totally himbo, not just kind of like nobody. Yeah, and the magics of it. So the clerics couldn't summon up the water. We were was leaving my platoon pretty dry, but got lucky. Well, was being watched out over. I sent in some literal damn jugs, teleported it when we dropped off. Not done our reports for a week or two. Felt like longer when you're in the storm.
Reports?
Nods. When we're out on specifics, especially something where we're openly begin getting attacked or against a high value target, then we like to keep touching base.
Oh, yes, that does make sense. I've been sending letters back too. Are you writing reports now?
No, as he shakes his head. Not yet. It's one of the things I'll have to pick up. And then I'll report back to my handler. Give him a breakdown of what's going on, what I've seen.
Will you have to report back to Carvalin then?
He nods. They know it takes some time, and I'm remembering old powers day by day.
Oh, I was curious about that. Out of curiosity, is Carvalin a place you could show me?
I give you that, like, straight up, like, I don't know which way it is from here, honestly.
Oh, so you don't know how you'll get back?
I'm not really too worried about it. You get kind of used to dropping into places, being able to make some friends. It's really not the worst thing. You never know who you might run into as he winks at you.
Okay, well. Do let me know, I suppose.
He nods.
While you guys continue that, Nix, I'm going to drag you into the private room for a moment.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Ooh.
He's a dead man.
He was rolling funny numbers and then he dragged somebody away.
He's
As
been
Nix gets
kidnapped,
murdered.
left to the void.
You two are just gonna see him hanging outside your window.
Oh God.
What y'all talking about?
Oh, you meant that kind. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not. All right, grizzled veteran Lorium coming out right there. Lorium's definitely committed war crimes. Don't you lie to me.
Albania.
Man, if we were third level right now, or third level, if we were
Third level?
if we were fifth level right now, and I had access to those third level spells while I was tripping balls, I would be messing with you guys. Holy shit!
Zone of Truth is the second level, isn't it? Or
Yeah,
third
but
level?
sending is a third level.
Oh. Oh. Let him get access, please.
It'd be adorable until it got annoying, and then you would smack him upside the head and break your wrist.
It's like the cute little kid that asks you like one question and it's all innocent and cute, so you're like, oh, and you answer it and then it's fine, but then he keeps asking like 30 more questions of the same variety. It's like, okay.
All right, you're dumb and annoying. Shut up.
Have you ever had a Red Bull? Where's your parents? You just double up on that shit. Try to unleash him on me? Oh no.
Have you ever worn a leash?
Call
Here,
the
I'm just gonna tie
cool
you to this
uncle.
tree. Cool uncle.
Oh my God. I was just talking to one of May's friends and they just had a daughter and cute as fuck, but they're like, yeah, thinking of putting a leash on her. It's like, what?
Yeah, that shit has me messed up.
Why would you do that?
People be walking around
Dude.
Disneyland with their kids on harnesses.
Yeah.
See, I'm against that, but what I am pro, and that just means you don't spend enough time with your kids. But I am pro weight vests. You know, just like throw a 45-pound like plate on a kid.
That make them tired.
Just like double his, just everything's harder. So it's like, you know, when he's trying to get away, he's already got like him on his back. You know,
God,
what I
no,
mean?
because
So-
by the time he's a teenager, he's big enough to kick everyone's ass.
Yeah, he's gonna kick everyone's ass, literally.
See, that's when you just put him in sports.
That's some
Cabs
anime
up to the
weight
size of
Someone
a
training.
else's
football.
problem.
He'll be a beast. He'll be benching 400 pounds as a freshman.
How far is school? 7 miles. You're running every day, son.
With 50 pounds on your back. Go.
Your equivalent body weight on your
Your
back.
ankles are going to fucking be creaking by the time you're 20, but
By the
That-
time he's 10, you won't be able to punish him anymore because he will be stronger than you.
it just will be.
Uh huh.
Do you want to be Captain America or not?
I feel like that's
do you
more like
have the
social play.
powers? I don't have the powers. Do you have the room? No, no one has the room. You can do it though. Go. Just-
Could you imagine like the school bus pulls up and the bus driver like opens the door and everything, and the dad's just on the porch like, no, he will walk.
That's actually what my life was like growing up. Just so you know.
That's
Oh boy.
horrifying.
My stepdad wanted me to be independent, and apparently that meant independent of like public transport. So even though there was a bus that would take us to school, I had to walk 1.5 miles to get to high school.
So are you Superman now?
No, I am not. I do have crazy time powers though.
Oh, well, that's
Oh,
pretty.
I
You're Doctor
mean-
Strange. Heard.
No, well, they're not like superpowers, but I always know when the timer's about to go off.
When's my alarm gonna go off tomorrow?
No, it's got to be my timer. And alarms
Okay,
are set
so in
to
your time, what would go off?
alarms are set to specific times. I will point that out as well. But no, I have. It's really funny. Andrew calls me a witch because I will randomly just be like, Alexa, how long is left on my timer? And it'll be like, your timer is going off.
Hmm.
She's a witch.
I am. This has we have a lot of different things that we apply it to. Sorry, my brain just completely shut
Hey
down.
guys.
Andrew, tell them how I'm a witch, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Time powers.
weird. Like, are you talking about the team thing?
Yeah, see, I told you.
The what thing?
Oh, she like if we set any kind of timer in this house, like usually within like if it's more than an hour, she usually gets it to within 2 or 3 minutes. If it's less than 30 minutes, it's usually like 10 to 15 seconds. So I think the timer's gonna. How long did we set the timer for, Alexa? When is our? And then it'll start beeping.
Did I not just tell you that exact same fucking story?
Are you really see now here's the other question. Are you really good about being like, what time is it, do you guess? And then like looking at the clock and you're like, I think it's like 6:50, and you look up and it's like 6:53.
No, I am terrible at that.
Oh, okay. Because that was the magic trick I dated a girl could do. Was I would just be like, what time is it? And she'd be like 6:48. And I would like pull out my clock and it'd be 6:48, and it didn't matter. She'd be like, we need to go home. It's 1:38 in the morning. I'd be like, how? What?
How do you know this?
Witchcraft. Burn her.
However, I do need to also grab Naira into the private room.
Oh, it is a
So,
Hello.
so you receive the message that I mentioned earlier. I'll pop it in the correspondence channel.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I popped it in the correspondence channel for you, just so you'd have a record of it. You receive the this thing. As you're talking to Uther, you hear a voice appearing in your head. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. As you are sitting in your room talking to Uther, you hear a new familiar voice sounding that you've recognized the sensation as a sending spell appearing in your mind. As you hear Lord Murdoch's voice. Naira, my sender in Arosa forwarded your update. Mentioned your thesis to Sir Bellavere, who showed keen interest. Looking forward to reviewing findings with him.
I have an audience, so I would like to do that in front of him, but let me come up with a response. How long?
Yes.
Is there a how long do I have to generate that response?
I'll give you a few minutes to work on it, and while you do that, Sir Bellavere is a very renowned member, a very renowned Sorveni alumni. He is a well-known and well-celebrated, essentially adventuring archaeologist. who has discovered and
This is the,
achieved a great many things.
This is the resume you had me write earlier, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I got that. The dog.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
can. Are we back in general now? No.
No, sorry. No, yeah,
you can move me back over, but I'll just let me type. Or was there more to it?
No. That once you hear that message, again, you know that you have you can respond with up to 25 words. This isn't the first time you've experienced sending, it's particularly a sending from Lord Murdoch. So yeah, you will have a few minutes to generate that.
Oh, never mind.
Excuse me?
And we're back.
He said, nope, never mind.
Why? What happened?
Nothing.
We were just talking about which of us have living parents.
Yeah.
And Wander was like, "What's a parent?"
Father, mother.
Papa
Bring
My
news
dad
from the
was
sky.
probably in his 300s when he had me, so he'd be out by now.
What?
You boomers.
Elf parents, you know.
Man, you had cool elf parents? This is some bullshit.
I had a cool elf dad.
They let him smoke a leaf in the house.
And a cool
I'm not like other elf moms. I'm a cool elf mom.
I mean, if they're gonna do haze grass, I'd rather they do it at home.
And only a
Where
little
they're
bit.
safe.
Do it with me and your dad. It'll be great, just for the first time.
Stoned out of their mind already when they have that conversation.
Okay,
funny,
little
'cause my mom
Uther,
actually
we're gonna
can't
take you to
quiet.
your first orgy.
Whoa.
There's a line, and that just everybody was on this side of the line, and you just went
You
right
just
over it.
nuked the line. Like, it
Oh
doesn't
my
exist
god, you
anymore.
guys! Why is the line all the way over there? That's weird.
Trailblazer. Trailblazer. I can speak!
Strawberries.
Anyway, Naira, you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Are
So,
we all dead?
Uther, while you are talking to Naira, you suddenly see her attention, like shift suddenly as she starts looking at just kind of looking off to the side at a point in space. Her ears twitching a little bit as she goes silent,
And
and then
as she goes quiet, her you slowly see her. Well, not slowly. Her face lights up. Her eyes get really wide, and she gets this enormous smile on her face. She is delighted. And then she just goes, "Oh my goodness. Lord Murdoch, I have no words. I don't know that I am worthy of such attention, but I am ever so grateful."
I hate this.
I would just. All right. Do you mind elaborating a bit on your great, Lord Murdoch?
And she then turns to you and just says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. That was rude. You can't really control when someone sends to you. But Lord Murdoch sent to me."
I mean, that's the usual form of magical communication. I mean,
Oh, I don't normally hear from him quite so personally. I will usually get correspondence a couple of times a year, but I'm so excited. I have to tell you, I have to tell everybody. Do you know who Sir Belvedere is?
oh, who Sir Belvedere is?
Give me a history check. It'll be a pretty high DC given your background, but you never know. Himbo powers may
never-
activate.
No, they don't.
No, they do not. You have no idea who this person is.
I have no idea who that guy is. Never heard of him.
Oh, he's just one of the most foremost. I'm sorry, I can't even speak. He is a foremost scholar and
Hey,
archaeologist.
Naira,
Yes.
you seem like you're acting like you're under an enchantment.
Oh,
Like,
I
you know
look-
what I mean? Like a charm. Take a deep breath. Like, I'm serious. That is making me a little nervous.
and she
I'm-
serious
I'm-
right up.
I'm very familiar with it, so just okay, go on now. Sorry, I just wanted, I'm worried about you. That's all. I've never seen you like suddenly, oh my goodness, like that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to startle you. I am fine. She is. I think I need to roll something to see if I keep it together, though. What would that be?
Give me a deception or performance.
Performance is better.
Okay, yeah, you're still kind of vibrating a little bit, but you can sort of keep it under wraps.
So, Sir Bellavere is a renowned scholar and archaeologist. He's an alumnus of Sorveni. And in certain circles, he is probably the most famous person in the in the Harrison Coast. Just to give you an idea, he oh, you wouldn't know who that. Do you know who Saint Gorveth is?
I remember you talking about a little, but if you wouldn't mind reminding me, I'd be rather grateful.
Saint Gorveth, who he was worshipping by the end of his life was up for debate for a very, very long time, and he recovered the reliquary of Saint Gorveth, and he proved that he converted to the five pillars before his death. And then there was also, he tracked down the true heir to the throne of Delphina. He recovered the litany of Andrala, which was used to destroy a lich. And she is just losing her mind.
That's pretty neat.
And she has forgotten, by the way, that she hasn't told you why she's asked, or why she's asked this. So she's just going through this list of things that he has done.
And why did Mr. Fancy Pants call?
Oh, Lord Murdoch. Well, apparently he mentioned my thesis, this project. He mentioned this project to Sir Bellavere, and he's interested in my work. He's gonna read it.
Yeah, of course, Naira. It's really good.
Well, you haven't read it yet. You don't know. I haven't even finished it yet. I might not. Oh, no. What if I don't find anything? What if I'm wrong?
Uther shrugs. Then you'll find another thing. But I think you're right.
You do?
Yeah, of course. I think you're right a lot, actually.
Oh, I can be wrong a lot too, but thank you. But I mean, if I'm right, do you know what this means?
That you're about to be a famous archaeologist?
Oh, probably not that, but I'm on my way.
Shut up, Cole.
Oh, I can't
Fine.
wait to tell Nix.
Well, go tell him. I've never seen you so excited. I'm sure he'll be just as pleased.
Oh, I don't know if he's with. Didn't he come up here with someone?
It would make it way funnier if he still went in. I mean, I'm not saying you have to, but
You don't seem excited.
no, I am excited. That's That's a really big deal. Naira, I know I don't show it. It's just I'm kind of old. I'm a little bit more relaxed. But I'm very proud of you. Let's go do this. Prove this. I know that you're going to become the top in the field. Crush whoever that guy is and find even more. If that's what you want, you're going to get whatever you want. Don't you see that?
And her whiskers twitch a little bit. And she has probably sat next to you on the bed at this point. And she goes, I don't know how you can be so confident of that. You barely know me.
See, I just have learned to trust my instincts. They've gotten me into some trouble, but out of more of it than I can imagine. And you, Naira, maybe you should just trust me a little bit.
I do.
Some sage advice. You're going to be whatever you want. Perhaps much bigger than an archaeologist.
Well, let's see. But I think for now we can focus on just tonight. I'll tell everybody else in the morning.
Wondrous. As he'll just roll over onto the bed. As he reaches over, wrapping his arm and pulling you in tight against him. As he yawns, my head is pounding. Whatever was in that drink, damn, did not mix with those mushrooms.
So you met death, huh? And we talk, I guess, until we fall asleep.
Okay. So yeah, at this point, night is fully drawn in on this little community. The town guard and the militia are continuing to keep watch around the borders. As the night passes, does anyone want to do anything, or are you all just content to remain pretty much where you are right now as the night passes?
Not that anybody would ever see this, but like Nyx is snuggled up with this dog.
I don't
This
know. Look out
is-
your window.
No. This is like the dad who did not want the dog, and now the dog is his best friend. That's what's happening.
Kind of picturing Lauren with that, the way he just feeds him under the table all the time.
100%. Yes. But yeah, that's all for me.
Okay.
Wait, is Wander staying out by the well?
What is Wander doing?
So, Wandery, are you you're checking down the inside of the well? Is that right? From what you messaged me.
Tyler?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, go ahead and give me a either acrobatics or athletics check.
Oh no.
Sounds good. We'll call it this.
Ooh,
Oh,
Hey!
So yeah, you are actually able to once kind of the sort of enhancement and the strange edge that was placed on everything, the kind of high saturation lens that you were viewing the world through has sort of faded. Um, you are able to actually quite deftly kind of swing yourself down to the inside of this broad well structure and climb down into the to the water level with a fair amount of ease. Finding the stonework, despite obviously being very, very old, is still quite solid and apparently pretty able to support you. Is there anything in particular you're looking for down here or anything like that?
No, he's just gonna let himself fall into the water.
Okay. Yeah, so you let go and very quickly fall in. Sink the water at the bottom of it is apparently being like part of an underground kind of stream, because there is a slight current, not enough to pull you off your feet given kind of how heavy and solid you are, but you are in currently, actually it's about up to your neck. It's almost 5 feet of water here, and you can feel the slight current kind of just making you sway a little bit as you look up. Rather than at the stars, there is actually a thatched roof over the well itself. So you're kind of just looking up at this point what is just a dark circle above you. It's actually a fairly quiet, serene experience.
That's all.
Okay. Right. So the night passes, and congratulations, everybody. You all level up as you take your long rests. Is everybody's character sheet ready for to be re-imported?
Yes.
Mine is yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Let me
Cool.
double check my spell. Do
I
the last one.
believe so. I should be fine now. Yeah, you can import me.
I was only able to learn 1 second level spell, but I get 3 second level spells for free just from my bullshit. So
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, Nick's already picked all of his spells, so. And my new favorite spell is Uncanny Dodge!
You know, it's kind of
It's a
funny. Uther still hasn't actually taught me prestidigitation.
it'll happen one day.
We just gotta live that long. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Very easy, very peasy.
Haven't died yet.
So obviously I'm immortal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you should all now be level 5 with all of your options. Just double check that for me.
Yep, I'm ready.
Yes.
Wunderbar.
+3 proficiency bonus, baby! But I think that also means that Naira is now the stealthiest of all of us. Because you have expertise in stealth, right?
I do. I have a +10.
I have a +8.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until I get expertise again.
I also have a +5
okay.
to nature just from Jack of all trades.
I have a +6.
Still winning.
I still
so-
have a +0 to Arcana, History, and Religion, so.
That's really
That's the real
sad,
himbo
but I do
power.
too.
But you know what else I got? Crossbow expert.
Ballin'!
I'm excited. Let's go kill some shit now.
Well, speaking of, the night passes. You all have a restful sleep and awaken the following morning. The sounds from the tavern below are muted, but still there. Again, there's the normal kind of gentle, somewhat jaunty music you're used to hearing floating up from downstairs during the morning hours. As Uther and Nyx, you guys kind of got the earliest night, in some cases because it was forced upon you. But the two of you, I'll say that the two of you are the first to kind of come awake. The sunlight is, out front of the sunlight is just starting to illuminate the large market square of Aldwell, and you can see still the heavier watch being kept compared to the scant guards that you saw when you first arrived. But is there anything that you guys would like to do as you awake?
Did you mean Lorium and Nyx or Uther and Nyx?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Lorium and Nyx. Sorry,
Okay.
that's what I said.
Sorry.
Actually, Nyx, you would awaken first with Valko kind of scratching at the door, asking to be let out. So, is there anything you want to do as you take him outside?
I would take him outside first, and then I'm just keeping an eye out for Madame Yannicka. Nyx would like to talk to her at some point.
Okay, well, you do know that her office is here, kind of on your way down. She does have an office through the door off this landing.
I would probably take Valko out first.
Okay, so yeah, you take him outside. The common room, as you pass through it, you are given kind of friendly waves and smiles as you move through the group. It seems that most of the people that had been staying here as a form of shelter have now redispersed to their own homes. There's far fewer people than you actually than almost you've ever seen here before. Given that now the townsfolk have largely returned to their own homes, and there's very few kind of guests and merchants that stuck around throughout the excitement. The tap room's actually fairly empty. And most of the patrons actually appear to be members of the Golden Band itself, as well as a few townsfolk that stopped in to have breakfast or whatever.
So it looks like most people have returned to their homes.
Yes, and I mean, as you move around outside, you can see that people are they seem to be engaged in trying to put Aldwell at least a little bit back to how it was. They haven't taken down any of the barricades or anything yet, and like I said, you can still see small squads posted at each of the major thoroughfares into town. You do also see far more people just kind of moving around, seeming to be going about their business than you had the previous couple of days.
Okay. Does Lorium come downstairs?
Yeah, a few minutes later, Lorium, you would awaken.
Well, yeah, he wakes up. I'm guessing his company, being the professional that she is already gone.
Oh yes, she left last night.
Okay. Yeah. So with the clarity of post drinking, gonna do that to see how he's feeling real quick.
Yeah.
All right.
Not your best morning, not your worst, but not your best. But it was fairly early in the evening when you retired, so you've mostly recovered with a 12.
Yeah. He would just have that little stinging pain in the back of the head, but he'd nurse that with a water skin, which is of course filled with beer. Take a swig of
Yeah, the cat scratched you.
And
That's a euphemism where I'm from.
he would just sort of lay there for a moment and then actually think about what went down yesterday and how it was pretty fucking glorious, back to his glory days. And yeah, for a bit, for about 30 or so minutes, he'd probably just take up his sword in his lap after putting on some of his gear and just sit next to the bed with the sword in his lap and just offer a prayer to Tempest.
Okay.
So he'd be doing
Nick,
it well.
whilst you're outside with Valko, your quiet time with the pup is interrupted by a, again, familiar voice appearing in your head. Do
Yep.
you want to go into the private channel for this?
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We keep secrets for a bit.
Secrets.
So whilst we are in there, the rest of you feel free to roleplay. Uther and Naira, you guys are waking up at around about this time.
I like to imagine that Nyx just hears this very quiet help, help coming from the well.
Oh no. Oh. I have to do
Uther would
knowledge check.
turn as you would. Hey, you awake?
She's snoring.
Yeah, apparently not.
Appears you sleep in when the dog's not there to wake you up.
She sort of tosses and turns a little bit. She does not like the mornings. And she just goes, and snuggles into you, probably purring a little bit.
No, don't do this. You're dragging me back in. 10 minutes later. I think. Come on, Naira, breakfast. Come on. Coffee.
Oh, I have to finish up some things up here and get ready. Some of us don't wake up pretty.
I mean, I try, but I guess I need to start working on it. As he gives you a smile and rolls onto his feet.
She will begin casting Unseen Servant.
He'd give you a kiss on the cheek as he went downstairs.
And now we got nothing to do, so hopefully they're quick.
And I'd make my way downstairs.
And then Uther hears help.
Help.
Very quiet, very solemn.
What is
help.
this?
Help. By the way, when that happened, I just messaged Andrew, Wander falls down the well. He was like, give me a check. And I was like, there's no way I roll high on this. And then it happened.
Sometimes you gotta go whale diving, you know?
Sometimes you gotta think you're gonna fall down the well, but actually catch yourself and just climb down. You're already halfway there, might as well finish it.
That's a really good mindset, bud.
So obviously you guys now know that your impression of Lord Murdoch is wrong, right?
Oh yeah,
Well,
totally.
He's clearly,
yeah,
obviously a good man.
Yeah, clearly. Clearly a really good dude. I mean, some good people, like, use kind of the wrong methods to attain what they are going for, but
Those are usually the people that end up at the end as a boss in morally gray video games.
yeah.
It's like, do you really want to kill this guy? He saved a hospital one time, but blew up several others.
Well,
Look, he has a daughter.
Naira has twigged that Lorium obviously has, like, reservations about him, so be prepared that she is going to try and convince you he's a good man.
Mm-hmm.
It dawns on me that I don't know if the others know, but Wander still has no idea what the intent is for your project.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're just following us around
Good.
until I can get you back to Sorveni.
Yep. But
Also-
I mean, like, Mhm.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that sure would be nice to know why we're going into the Dorvashi Wilds.
I mean, ask.
Wait, did she not mention to you?
Not to wander.
Oh, because I remember when we were sitting down with Wander first, and I think he asked, like, "What are we trying to do?" Basically,
I thought so too, but
and Lorium's response was just, waiting for them to go in the woods."
Yeah, but I mean, you don't know what we're doing in there. Wander was like, "When do we leave?" And you guys were like, "When we kill the Coplins." He was like, "Understood." Mission accomplished.
So, Unix, as you are coming back inside, as you kind of are passing across the front of the tavern, from the direction of the well, you actually hear this shriek. As Wander, you are standing here, up to your neck in this water, and look up to see a woman who apparently chatting to her friend. As she lowers the bucket down, there is a thunk as it hits your head rather than water, which apparently catches her attention. She kind of moves the bucket to the side, looks down, sees you, drops the bucket, shrieks, and steps back.
As she looks down, he'll just go, "Help!"
Do I hear that?
You hear the shriek, and then you see the woman kind of leaning back over, and she goes, "Oh, are you okay?"
Okay. Nix will run over to the well, look down, see Wander, and just give him a face like the look he gives you is like, how did you even? And then he'll get out his rope, and he'll say the word to get it to wrap around the top of the well, and drop it down, and it will. He'll tell it to knot, and so you have advantage on climbing up.
The woman is just the woman who had arrived with a couple of her friends apparently, and as they were fetching water together, like all three of them are just watching this casual display of a magical artifact in front of them with eyes like saucers, all kind of looking at each other like, well, I'd heard the newcomers were weird, but blimey.
Nix is just kind of like talking out loud, just like, don't mind us. This is apparently a normal thing.
You said it gives advantage to try to climb out.
Yes.
God, please tell me this is the low roll. Come on.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Oh, thank God. That was almost a 1.
Easy in, easy out.
I think Nix is like, as he's helping you out, just like, Wander, how did you even? What were you doing last night?
I don't remember. You might want to roll insight.
Yeah.
Are you trying to be deceptive or?
It's more like kinda, yeah, just a little bit.
Go ahead and
with-
give it a opposed roll then.
well, I was even going to say that he just definitely gets it. Wander's not a great liar, but let's see. Come on, nat 20. Yeah, 19 again. This is the day of the 19s.
Nix is just looking at you and go, so like, do you just go to sleep and wake up in weird places like wells,
Yes.
forges?
Doesn't even let you finish. Just says yes.
Okay. We'll have to keep an eye on you, I guess. Like, he like looks over you. Are you like waterlogged?
Oh, definitely.
Is there like
Yeah,
water
that is
actually pouring out of him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like that scene in The Mask where he drinks it down and all that water comes out of the holes. That's that's what's happening in front of you right now.
Can we go inside?
Yeah. Let's just do a lap though and make sure you've gotten all the water out of you before we track that inside.
On a lap we go.
Literally waterlogged.
I imagine Valko is like walking up to Wander and trying to drink the water that's coming out of him.
Very much so. Yeah, Valko is just like, this is an excellent new game. Normally it hurts to try and chew on this one, but now there's he's got a hose.
Turning into a water fiend like Hachiono.
Yeah, Nix will just kind of do a lap, and then once once it's gone down to like a trickle, he'll start moving them inside.
By the way, Andrew, I asked you a question in DM.
Okay, thank you.
Getting all the secret deep.
Yeah, what is this shit? Wander falls down a well. You two get messaged. So many secrets happening.
Well, now you know what my message was.
I have no idea what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Lorian has no idea.
Message? You said I got a message.
Yeah, you were just shot.
And
That's
Uther's
no, I
downstairs.
know you.
Just, I love beer. Beer, beer, beer.
What
Drink
actually,
it emo sometimes.
Nyx just had a great conversation with Valko last night, you guys. It was wonderful.
You talked to the dog?
You can talk to birds.
Who doesn't talk to dogs?
Well, you know what? That's fair. Should have phrased it better. My bad.
I think as we're walking, Nyx will just turn to Wander and just be like, so, now that we're done with all these goblins, you excited to see a little bit more past Aldwell?
Yes. What are we doing now?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I think we got two options probably. Not gonna lie, the fact that that shaman got away doesn't exactly sit well with me, and we might want to try to do something about that. But aside from that little nugget, I would think we're gonna go see if we can find that place that Naira found. Or at least that's where she thinks is out in the woods, and that could be a fun little adventure.
Will things try to kill us?
You know, with our luck, I'm just gonna go ahead and say yeah. I mean, I'd love to be wrong, but generally, the vibe I've been getting about the woods has been dangerous and monsters. So I have a feeling. Just call it a hunch, Wander. But I have a feeling we're gonna have to defend ourselves. But with someone like you around to keep us healed, and Naira can heal us, I think we're actually in pretty good shape. You know, if you and Uther and Lorian could learn to get healed by other people.
I haven't gone down yet. And he looks at you, and despite there not being any like pupils there, it feels like it's this kind of incredulous look.
Yeah. No, I need to be a little smarter about how I act on the battlefield, but you know, just because you haven't gone down doesn't mean that you haven't gotten seriously hurt, Wander. And you're one of us. We need you around. So maybe accept the heal every once in a while. Think of it like a gift. Someone just wants to give you the gift of life.
Kind of stands up straight and says, oh, okay.
Right. Great talk. Great talk. Let's go inside.
Inside. A little bit of water, a little bit of water.
Relatable.
Is there a free table?
Actually, yes. Sorry. What has become kind of your table since Uther's appearance has been cleared up. People like as soon as you appeared, kind of Uther, the that had been sat around it would have stood and sort of indicated that you should take it.
Oh, the PCs are here.
Zavara makes his normal boisterous appearance as the three of you congregate. Strutting up, he seems to have been kind of freshly laundered and everything since the excitement and tension of the previous day. And he bustles up to you with his normal gregariousness and goes, my friends, my heroes, my treasures, anything that your heart desires, what may I get for you?
We should probably get some breakfast for everybody, and he'll look down at Valco, and a nice piece of meat for the war hero Pooch here, and he'll scratch under his neck.
Of course, nothing but finance for you. It will be outpost haste. And he runs off to the kitchen, and sure enough, to his word, several moments later, one of the kitchen staff comes out with a plate with some bowls of kind of a couple bowls of spiced porridge with another plate of like eggs and some bacon, and on the side, a large kind of what looks like beef bone with plenty of meat still on it for Valco.
Yeah. Nix will look over at, because I assume since you were saying beer earlier that you have a beer?
Absolutely. There's no better way to start your day than a nice port, perhaps. If you're feeling extra need of something light, you can go with a wondrous lager.
Nix is going to stick with water for now, but he'll look over at your drink and then look at you and just be like, okay, how was your night?
You know, it was some wondrous cuddling, and I received quite a bit of information about how to properly cross mountainous terrains with mammoths.
You know, honestly, that probably tracks with the night with Naira. Should we get mammoths?
You know, I don't know if they're around or much of them, but it seems like it could actually be something that would be useful. Although it's a bit, you could honestly say you've seen mammoth dealers, and I might believe you.
Oh, I have no idea what a mammoth is, so don't worry about that. What is a mammoth?
Oh, elephant, big ones. They wrap their tusk with big pointy spears, have them run into crowds. It's pretty nasty.
And what is an elephant?
He kind of pauses. Yeah, that one, the closest you're gonna get is a cow with a snake for a nose. But the snake doesn't have teeth.
Oh, with the big ears?
Yes.
Oh, elephant. So I was just calling them snake things. Snake nose. I feel like that's more like on point, to be honest.
I can definitely see where you came up with that.
Right, who came up with what we call things? Like, just like something I was thinking about last night as I was drifting off to sleep. Like, who came up with the names that we call things? Like, what if flowers weren't called flowers?
He's becoming self-aware. Kill him.
You know what? I'm just saying, I'm kind of glad someone did. There's way too much stuff to name. That would take up way too much time.
Right, and I'm just going to say, if people didn't name things, then Naira would not have things to look up, and who, buddy, if she does not have something to look up or learn about, who? She's just very curious. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you've realized that.
I need to go check on Naira. I think she needs her morning beer. And I'm going to turn and begin making my way.
Nick's just says, "Okay, have fun," and then makes like kissy sounds.
Now I see an obnoxious brother.
Of course. Oh crap! Can I leave the dog with Wander?
By the way, Uther, did you get the DM?
Yes.
Nyx is actually going to turn to Wander and say, "Okay, Wander, will you look after Valko? I just got to take care of one thing too." And then he's going to head upstairs and go towards Madame Yannicka's office.
Okay. Valko, for his part, apparently, like, doesn't even look up, doesn't even seem to notice you leave. He has beef bone.
Kind of what I was hoping. But you can go to other people before you get to me.
Okay, well, let's go. Naira, I know what you're doing. Is there anything other than what you DM'd me?
No.
Okay, we'll come back to you and Uther in a bit then. Lorian, it's been about half an hour as you go through your morning kind of contemplation with your sword laid across your knees, replaying not just the battle of yesterday, but the battles of yesteryear. Comrades, friends that you fought alongside of, or alongside with, enemies that you fought against, ones that you killed, ones that got away, all of them passing through your mind as you kind of think about the glory of combat and the just how things could have gone differently the day before had your personal presence on the battlefield not been what it was. Your contemplations come to an end. You feel this devotion and connection that you've always had to the spirit, if you like, of war. Not precisely to Tempest himself, but to that which he embodies. Strengthening your, newfound surety in your abilities as a paladin, growing stronger. What do you do?
He would just pat the blade, give a little smile, and then back to frowny face. And he was just going to sheath it and stand up and head downstairs after
Okay.
gathering all the things.
Okay. Sky Daddy will move you.
Thank you, Sky Daddy. You're a generous God.
You come downstairs to see kind of Nyx getting up from the table where breakfast and several drinks have been laid out. The only other one of your companions currently seated there is Wander, who is not touching the food, unless he chooses to. As you enter again, you are greeted with kind of smiles, waves, a few lifted tankards from the members of the Golden Band and militia that are still hanging around. But you are able to make your way to the table. Is there anything that you would kind of like to do?
No, he would just sort of come in through the doorway and get the nods and the tankard raises. He would just give a small little wave with an upraised hand and then kind of occupied the doorway in front of him. And he would just say, "Where are the others?"
Well, I think Uther went to go check up on Naira. I'm sure she's still getting ready. I've got a question though. Do you know why people like keep whistling at me?
Depends on the context, I suppose.
I don't know. It's like when I walk by certain people, they like whistle and clap at me and give like whoop whoop.
He'll just sort of like look over your shoulder and say, "Well, generally that means they're attracted to your ass, but I don't see much to work with, so I mean, could be something else."
My ass is great, thank you. But
Keep telling yourself that, bud.
Okay, go sit down and get food, old man.
Mm,
My ass
go
is
do
fine.
some squats, little guy.
My ass is great! he yells
Nick
out.
yells.
And there's a moment of kind of silence on the floor, and then from the back just goes, "Woo!"
Um, Nick's like, you can't see it because of his fur, but his whole body like turns red. Okay, and then he.
Lauren will just sit down at the table and say, "Wander,
Hello.
morning." Just start eating.
He'll kind of slowly push some of.
Some of the what?
He'll slowly push all of his food towards you as well.
He will graciously accept. All right, we're being the two awkward hulks down here. What's up?
Okay. Upstairs. Uther, you probably got to Naira's door before Nick's got to Madame Yannika's, so we'll go to you first.
She's looking quite delighted with herself when you show up. So that worked?
You see as he smiles broadly at you, as you don't see his lips move, but you hear quite clearly in your head, "Yes! Wait, you picked up that trick too?"
And she's just delighted. um, we're already thinking alike. I read that scroll you gave me. I found it very interesting.
Yeah, I knew it would be something historical you'd find a little bit interesting.
Well, also how it pertains to you, but I found it a little inspiring, and I know I keep sort of doing this, but I have a gift for you.
Man, I'm already down one. Are you trying to bury me? Is he just big smile though?
Oh, but her ears will sort of flatten a little bit, and she will retreat, and she will go, "Oh, well, I'm very sorry.
Nope, give it. Too late. I want it. I must have it. You must give it to me. I beg of you, my darling." As he smiles at you.
And then she will hand it over. It's another scroll. And assuming you unroll it, it is a picture. This is a picture of you walking alone. Your rapier, she has even managed to make it glow red. While sort of a smoky dawn breaks behind you. Your armor is very detailed, and it looks kind of like what you're wearing, except more glamorous, reminiscent of dragon scales, mostly black with a hint of red around the edges. There's a dragon's head that sort of hovers behind you, exhaling plumes of smoke and flame, which create the illusion of dragon wings. And underneath the picture, she has scrawled the words in Sylvan, "Death cannot be defied."
His eyes would go huge at that, as he would, "Wow, that's Naira. This is excellent."
I'm so very glad you like it. Of course, I will wait. I won't make you any more. I didn't realize.
No, please keep showering me with gifts. I'll never complain again. I swear it. As he just smiles as he takes it, holding it up to himself for a moment, making sure it's real. As I'll treasure this forever.
That's quite a long time. Remind me to teach you how to preserve documents.
Remind me to teach you how to do prestige. As he gives you a smile.
We can go.
First things first. As he leans over and gives you a kiss. Thank you so much. And then turns and takes your hand and leads you down. As we both G-pose. Skydiving.
And while you are both whisked away downstairs, Nix, you approach Madame Yannicka's door. It is closed, as you have habitually seen it in the past.
He will knock.
From within, you hear Madame Yannicka's voice. Enter. Yes. Young Master Nix. Please sit. What can I do for you?
Nix will close the door behind him and take a seat. I know this was a little bit ago, and I know it's a lot to ask given everything that's happened, but and he'll look at her for a minute and then say, with everything that we've gone through here in Aldwell, I feel like I can trust you. And I know we've done a lot for this town, and I wouldn't want to impose on that, but I do have a personal favor if I could ask of you.
She looks a little kind of puzzled and bemused, but like the smile is still on her face. She goes, "What? Of course. What you have done for this town will, well, I don't know that there is anything that we could do that would properly repay it. You have but to ask. If it is within my power, it shall be granted."
This doesn't have as much to do with the others as it does just for me personally, but the path that I'm on is going to put me into conflict with some very powerful people. And Aldwell seems like a place where someone could be kept safe. And if I were to send someone here, and he'll hold up his bandana that he had gotten for the fight with this, would you be willing to keep them safe and hidden for a spell?
She smiles at you and says, "No, they would not be the first who has come here seeking respite and shelter. I hope that they would not be the last. Yes, I am happy to do that for you. My first name is Annabelle. Have them give it, and I will hear from you."
He'll smile and he'll say, "Well then, Annabelle, let me properly introduce myself. To my friends and the people who know me best, I will be known as Midnight Breeze."
She smiles and kind of inclines her head slightly. "It is a truly great pleasure to meet you, Midnight."
He will smile and stand up and just say, "Thank you again. What you've created here is really nice. Where I come from, a lot of the little people kind of get lost in the shuffle. And it's good to see a place where they can thrive.
She smiles and you are very kind. I have worked hard to make it so. It is a pleasure to know that one's work has paid off.
He will say, he'll start to go, and he'll say, the only other thing I might do, or I'm going to try to do as a favor, sometimes the organization that I'm a part of sends people out on missions, long-lasting missions. I might point this place out to them as a place where they could come and spend their coin.
Her smile broadens slightly. She goes, well, if they come here with that intention, they will be made most welcome, I can assure you.
And he'll nod his head, give like a slight bow, and just say, thank you.
It is my very great pleasure.
And he will shut the door behind him and head back to everybody else.
Okay.
Is Tyler back yet? Then I propose we take a very brief break and see if he comes right back. Because he wants to say
Okay.
something when it's just the two of them at the table.
I just saw that message. So no, yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Everybody can refresh their drinks, and we'll restart when Tyler's back.
Okay.
So, Wander, right. So before Nyx has come back down from, or Uther rather, and Naira have come back down from their respective rooms, you do have a moment with just yourself and Lorium, apart from the faithful hound Valco, who is currently chewing through a meat bone at your feet. You have a moment of relative privacy at this table.
Wander is just kind of, standing, kind of holding his arms together and putting his head in like the crux of his palm, and just watching Lorium for a minute before he says, "Do you talk to your god?"
Not really, not directly. Sort of like just offering.
Do you try?
Sometimes, as a joke to myself, really. I don't really get answers. It's more of a feeling. Why do you?
I don't know.
Do you try?
Yes. They'll kind of walk over and grab a chair and then move it back to where he's sitting. Probably grab one of these and move it over.
Man, what do you get back?
Sometimes just warmth, and sometimes visions.
When you say sometimes warmth, he just starts nodding, like, yeah, it tracks. And then you say sometimes visions, and his demeanor gets a bit more questioning. What kind of visions?
His head kind of tilts in a way where it's still facing you, but it's almost really contemplating what he's saying. and he'll say, "It changes.
Hmm.
Sometimes they are kind, and sometimes they question."
Hmm. Warmth is good. That feeling means there's approval, usually, or you just have a fever. But visions, that's more direct. Do you know who it is?
No. And he'll kind of pull out and hold the his holy symbol,
And I've
and
already made my check and failed, so.
yeah, he'll hold it and look at it and say a little quieter. "I thought I did."
Hmm. Well, like I said, warmth is good. Must mean you're doing something right by them.
His
Just-
grip. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that his grip will tighten on the symbol.
Hmm. Just let me know if those visions get any less nice.
He nods slowly and then says, "Would you try if you could?" And then he looks up to you and he says, "Speak to them."
Well, whatever it is you worship.
Gods.
Hmm. Well, I performed. Does he adjust himself in his chair? Apparently. I performed a baseline of my tenants yesterday, but my God doesn't really talk with people like me. As he'll just sort of take out his some sigil underneath his scale mail. But sure, bud, I'll try. And he'll just watch him as he holds it with his right hand. And then he reaches over and holds the pommel of his blade in his left hand. And he'll just pray. And in a very soft muttering, say, "Hey, Tempe, the kid's asking for a sign." Can I roll a religion check for funsies?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say go ahead and roll something.
Okay. Something.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. In this case, roll a religion check.
Yep.
You feel like a flare of your own power that you could very easily sort of manifest into an outward sign. It's something that wells up from within you, the same kind of wellspring of power that you draw on when you inflame yourself in combat. You feel that kind of sparking within you, kind of in response to this delving thought. How do you react?
I would think a little bit of the flame flickers on his cloak. Just a slight little spark. And then you just exhale. Yeah, like I said, for me it's more of a feeling.
Yeah, you're not sure what to make of what just happened in terms of your relationship to your god or the domain, if you like, that grants you your power.
Yeah. If I rolled in
Wonderful.
athletics, that would have been
Little-
a 13. Tyler?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
do you react now?
Does Wanda react at all to this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. He kind of, as Lorium starts to pray, he will put his hands to his mouth area and kind of just hold his head and watch. And I'll assume that he does see the flicker. And the eyes kind of squint for a bit, or rather, they squint a bit. And he'll say, "Are they always with you?"
Well, for me, it's kind of what gives me my power. If I did something to upset them, I'd probably lose it. So, yeah, I guess.
Kind of holds his head in another direction and almost seems to do like this kind of 1,000-yard stare away.
Sorry.
Maybe roll an insight, huh?
Sure.
Maybe do a bit of insight.
He is very questioning of you, so
Oh.
that's the high roll.
Wanders. This line of questioning is kind of strange, and it feels like it's leading somewhere, but he's not quite sure how to get there. If that makes sense, it feels like he wants to try something or ask something, but he's not sure if it's smart to ask or do.
He has that hesitating sort of tick.
Yeah, and there's kind of there's too much weight, or rather time, between his sentences, where it's kind of like he wants to try something else, but he's not quite sure how to get there.
Ah. And then to that, Lauren will just say, I'm sorry I can't be more help if there's anything else you want to ask.
Before we go, will you join me in... He pauses for a second. Something.
Well, sure. I don't see why not.
He'll nod and kind of put his hands down and around his elbows on the table. Okay.
And so just drop some meat on the floor and kick it over to Falco.
Who, with the voracious appetite of a growing dire wolf, will snap it up and continue to gnaw on his bone.
Not entirely stealthily.
At which point, yeah, Uther and Naira, you guys can making your way downstairs. You arrive to the, as I mentioned, the somewhat sparsely populated common room. The music quiet but constant, and your two companions are talking together on the at the table. As you approach, Valco kind of looks up from his bone and yaps a greeting before going back to gnawing happily, his tail kind of thumping against one of the legs as he chews.
Valco, I missed you. That's a
And
good boy.
do you guys want to have any conversation or anything before Nix joins you?
Maybe just maybe one quick thing when they sit down.
Mm-hmm.
As they sit, Wander will look to Naira and say, "Would you?" And then kind of look over at Uther too. Say, "You two help me before we leave."
Of course, what do you need?
I want to try something. He's kind of anxiously palming his symbol.
Can I insight check that?
Yeah. I'm gonna roll deception now. You've fallen right into my trap. Your souls are mine.
Yeah.
Shit. With that, it's kind of the same as what Cole got earlier, except there's an idea forming just through the body language of this constructed being, and he's not quite sure if anything will come of it. He's kind of acting in a way where he's nervous about it failing, but he's more nervous about what he's doing succeeding.
Okay. Naira is eyeing that holy symbol with some apprehension. And she goes, "What is it you want to try?"
In the grove. And he kind of looks around, nods, and says, "Later."
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, but actually, now would be a great time to talk about the party charter. And Naira gets it out. She will put it in front of you and encourage you to read it all. But then she says, "But basically, it just means we're a team. We treat each other fairly, and you get your fair share of the rewards."
He he does. He looks at you quizzically, and then he says, "Well, actually, he'll hold his hands up first. There's nothing for him to sign it with."
She will provide you with a quill. That she doesn't give you any ink, but you have seen her use it before, and it doesn't need any.
He'll look to the places where it's been signed, and he'll also sign it. And as he does, he'll say, "You all are my family. What's mine is yours."
Your soul. Your soul. I want your arm.
Well, the feeling is mutual, at least from me. But if you look here, Nick signed it as well.
Oh, okay.
And she's just delighted. She, this has been a goal of hers for a while now. She puts it away.
And yeah, Nix, you would have you arrived during the process of reviewing the party charter and everything, and so you can join them at the table at this point. Wander having signed, or you can roll stealth.
God, a 17 with a 9.
Naira, I will say Naira is actively looking for you, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm not stealthing from you. I'm stealthing from Lorium. He's gonna walk up behind Lorium, and he's going to. Ooh! Oh, that's Naira's.
So Naira does see him.
Yes. Okay.
He's
gonna walk. He's gonna walk up behind Lorium,
Okay.
and
Before that happens, Naira, roll me a deception.
Naira also needs to roll an insight check to make sure she knows what's going on.
Because
otherwise,
which is
Big
an
roll
11.
from Lorium.
Okay, no, you do not get to roll perception with advantage. You're unaware of any reaction that Naira might be having, but as long as she's trying to keep a secret. So, Naira, yeah.
But I don't notice that he is trying to sneak up on somebody. Nick, are you going to be mad if I ruin this for you?
yes,
I'm sorry.
Nix leaves the party. No. He's going to attempt to sneak up on Lorium and tap him on his left shoulder and then be seated at the table, but I assume that doesn't happen.
No,
Thanks,
because...
sister.
Sorry. As soon as she
Nope.
notices you,
Just remember, if you want something later, it's not happening.
she will go Nix with absolute delight because she is very excited about telling people stuff, and she waves you over very excitedly.
Nix gets to hear, and his entire demeanor drops. And he just walks up to the table and sits down. Yay. What's happening?
Did you do them squats?
Look, we'll have to have a different conversation with the amount of attention you're giving my ass, but for right now, it looks like Naira has something so important to tell us.
I was so very excited I wanted to share. I heard... Now, I know you're a little annoyed with him right now, but you can't be mad at him anymore. I heard from Lord Murdoch. And she, bites her lip, but she is smiling. She is so happy.
He swings to hit.
Go,
with
himbo power.
Naira's 9, she does not. That 14 beats it.
Wait, that was a different... Can I roll a different insight?
really want to, yeah.
Nah, it's fine. I am so beyond.
Nyx manages to put a smile on his face when you say Murdoch's name. But I'm sure Wander notices that he made a face briefly.
Well, yeah, probably, but probably not actually. Wander's pretty absorbed right now.
Lorium
That is
visibly
true.
cringed a bit when he looked towards you.
And then she explains that Lord Murdoch doesn't normally send to me. I don't hear from him that frequently, so I can't believe he reached out when I'm out here. But I have to tell you, does anybody here know who Sir Bellavere is?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, okay. And she looks very disappointed at that. But she's just like, thinking back to how before she scared Uther with how excited she was, she sort of breathes a little, and then she goes again into his resume of he's a renowned scholar with Sorveni and an adventuring archaeologist who has discovered some amazing things and stopped an incredible evil. And Lord Murdoch knows him personally and has mentioned my thesis, this work that I'm doing here right now, and Sir Bellavere wants to read it.
Just his eyebrow raises.
That's amazing, Dreamer. Big smile.
It really is. Do you understand? Does somebody understand what this means? It means that I might be able to show Lord Murdoch that I don't actually need him anymore. I can show him that I can stand on my own 2 feet. If Sir Bellavere likes what I do, he could offer me a job.
That would be amazing. Genuine joy right here. Genuine joy.
I know. So, now I'm just petrified that I've gotten this entirely wrong and that I'm just going to make a fool of myself. But that not being true, this could be life-changing, and it's all thanks to Lord Murdoch. And she sort of looks at Lorium very briefly at that, smiling very big, and then back to Nyx.
He would have just given you a smile, then arms crossed, sitting back in the chair, just sort of face still facing you, but his one eye is looking over at Nyx.
Who, me?
Anyway,
well.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, does that mean we should get on this and get our stuff together and start heading out?
I think that's a great idea.
You think? Naira is looking a little bit conflicted, and she goes, I wasn't gonna suggest that because I thought that maybe we would be preoccupied with finishing off the goblin thread.
Lorium would just sort of sigh. Yeah, I thought you might be worried about that.
Should I not be?
No, it is an area of concern that there's a weird magic hobby out there controlling ogres.
Yeah. But if you guys don't think it's that important...
I mean, we can do both. Just which one we heading to today?
Which does remind me, I should probably speak to Cloven and ask his scouts if they have any, if they've seen anything out in the wilds that would indicate that we are in the right direction. because I don't want to just go wandering out into the woods without knowing where I'm going.
I don't know. That's kind of fun.
That's true. Well, and the other thing is, for us to even get over the river to get towards the woods, we would have to probably go the same way the goblins came. So it would honestly probably be like hitting two birds with one stone.
Yes, I would prefer not to go into the river if I could avoid it.
Yeah, a hard same from me too.
Scared of getting wet.
Not scared.
Mm.
I just prefer not to. You know? It's just like a little preference thing.
I mean, how deep's the river? It's not that. Naira, you can just ride on my shoulders. Nix, fuck you.
Well, it does sound like a problem solved, honestly.
Yeah, Nix gives his sister like a glare.
At around about this time, you actually see Cloven stepping through the doorway of the Fox and the Hound.
Oh, what
He
narrative
kind of-
convenience.
He looks around a little bit and sees you guys at your accustomed table. Smiles broadly as he moves over to you, showing off his large, kind of fanged smile as he moved over toward your table. Oh, how are the heroes of Oldwell doing?
Well, I don't know. How are you doing?
Better than I thought. Better than I have any right to be. I've had the lads scouring the battlefield, finishing off, well, anything that needed finishing off and collecting some spoils. Figured you'd earned first crack at it. Athgarad had some interesting things on him. Thought they might be of interest. Thought you might want to look them over.
Like what?
All that glaive of his when he shoved it into you. Unless I missed my guess, it's magical.
You have Lorium's
Decent
interest.
armor and an artifact here that we found on that wolf of his, hanging from the saddle.
Oh?
Hunting horn of some kind. Looks old. Valuable, though.
Does he have it on him?
No. His hands are empty, and he's got his accustomed greatsword strapped across like the back of his hips. But other than that, you can't see anything, any like weapons or equipment on him.
Well, I can't check magic today. So we'll just look at Naira.
I can detect it, or I can use my scroll. But I would. We'll see if it's important, but I can definitely detect it.
They'll just shrug.
Yes. Come on. I've had them setting up outside.
Cloven, could I ask a question?
Aye.
I'm just wondering
Go on.
if probably anywhere in the woods. Have you or any of your scouts ever come across any like ruins or evidence of like a fort or a manor or anything like that?
I've in the woods. I've never really sent them too far north. Not the rumors of what's been happening, of what comes out of those woods. Our job's always been around town, but Nothing that I would describe as a fort or anything. As the place you said you fought the smugglers, but, well, you know that better than we do at this point.
Oh yeah, that's not
Perhaps
quite what I'm looking for. Do you know if anybody around here has traveled deeper into the woods?
Suval would probably be your best bet. He may be able to give you something.
All right. Then, well, we were gonna head that way anyway, so perfect. Thank you.
Pleasure. Now, care to come collect your spoils?
Yeah, might as well. While we're heading that way, have y'all been able to see where our enemies retreated to?
Best we can tell, they're pulling back across the ford. Well, at least other than maintaining any kind of cohesion. Most of the ogres, from what we've seen, and a handful of the others, the rest seem to have mostly dispersed. We found evidence that they've been killing each other as they ran. Half of them they've killed almost more than we did. But they seem to be running every which way. Some of them forming small groups, but the main body of the mob's certainly broken apart. I sent lads out to Campon and Zagara to check that the roads were clear.
At that,
That's
Naira will turn back to the table. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, he was just gonna say that's good. Looks like y'all are in the clear for the time being.
It's to be hoped. Sorry, Naira, what were you going to say?
Well, actually, she would probably thank Cloven and say we'll be right out.
He gives you all a nod, turns and heads back out.
Well, if we're gonna do both, and based on what Cloven just said, I think that our priority should still be the goblins. And she looks like she doesn't like that she said that. I think we got all the time in the world to do my thing, but they're in disarray right now, and if we're gonna strike them, we should do it while they're licking their wounds.
Honestly, when you say all the time in the world, Lorium's mouth twitches.
Inside check?
Sure.
Nope.
I'd say, do I need to roll a deception, or is that just hit passive?
No, that's, yeah. Anything under a 10.
Okay. Yeah, he's just twitchy. You've seen it before.
Yeah, you're unreadable, Tanira.
Said no one ever.
It's She's the only one who fails insight checks on him.
Don't go saying that. You'll spread the curse.
Does everybody agree?
Well, let's since we're all a group, let's put it to a vote. All those in favor of going after the goblins, say aye.
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 If it's on the way, and he'll just point to his eye.
Let's go and wipe them out.
Okay. But let's go collect our spoils. And then we will go to Faithful Suvalt and help wander.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that, Nyx will raise a little eyebrow.
We're not sure yet. He will tell us when we get there.
when she says that, Wander will look towards you next and say, "Yes, will you help too?"
Of course, buddy.
Thank you. And then he'll turn towards the rest of the party and say, "Would it help to speak to Athgorat?"
Oh!
But Athgorad's dead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You speak to dead people.
He kind of looks diagonally for a second, as if like, huh. And he says, "I can."
Naira's mouth drops open.
Oh, you're one of those types.
I so desperately want to take Naira to a fortune teller, like full caravan, like crystal ball.
Nyx just goes, well, will wanders never cease?
And our show gets canceled. Thanks. Look what you did.
How much damage?
1 point a second. damage.
You're gonna want to triple that.
Yes.
We lose 3 brain cells.
6 points of poison damage. Get it
Look,
to school, right?
I have a very specific set of skills.
You're Liam Leeson.
While that is a very generous offer, Wander, I don't think that we can understand him. Unless... Will you be able to translate?
Then can.
He's got a point.
That's true.
He could tell me what to ask and then translate.
Oh, I totally could have helped with this if I knew this was going to happen. But
Yeah, so could I if I had infinite spell slots.
Well, let's go see what the spoils are, and we can ask Cloven if he's willing to help us out.
As we're walking out, I'll just say, I hope his head is intact.
yeah, I kind of cut at the clavicle. His head's still there. Someone else.
Mostly detached, but it's still there.
So we go over to the spoils?
Yeah, I mean, you step inside into the market square, and you can see that there have been parties apparently busy yesterday evening and through the morning. There's several piles of equipment that have been stacked up. One of them seems to be mostly kind of weapons, primarily kind of mostly primitive-looking swords and axes, with a few nicer-looking weapons in there. A pile of what appears to be just like pieces of armor that have been taken off various dead bodies, mostly mismatched, just kind of all piled up. And then a couple of other piles of what looks to be just generalized like equipment, buckles, belts, sheaths, that kind of accoutrement. And then there's another section where Cloven is standing, where there's several things that have been laid out very specifically, and actually it looks like a table has been brought out, and there's a somebody that you recognize from the Fox and the Hound, not a courtesan, but like a kind of this is somebody that you've seen working the table on one of the nights that you stayed here, who seems to be actually counting out a decent amount of coin.
Nyx is going to walk over to the table.
4.
That plus 10 investigation, baby.
What are you looking for with that?
I am actually looking to see if there are any those metal shards.
Okay. With 14, no, you don't act like you take a kind of a look around. You go to each of the piles in turn, looking through them. You actually don't really see any of the shards you're
No.
familiar with.
I will say I rolled the check, but if I've got the time, I would probably have taken a 10, which would make that a 20.
20. Okay. You do certainly have the time. So yeah, if you want to do a very thorough investigation, that's no problem. And with a 20, going through the armor, you do actually find 3 small shards of this familiar black opalescent metal embedded in several pieces of the equipment that has been piled up.
She is going to indicate that she wants that.
Yeah, like nobody is even kind of watching you as you go through this, or like seems to be have any interest in anything that you like. As far as everybody here is concerned, or as far as you can tell, everybody here believes that you have carte blanche to go through and claim from these piles.
She will just try and take if possible. She'll just try to take the shards out.
Yeah, that's no problem. You're taking your time on this investigation, so over the course of about half an hour to an hour or so, you go through the various piles, do this, and it's no problem during that time for you to use your dagger and some of the tools that you have at your disposal to work those shards out of their fittings.
And she does it without anybody noticing it.
You kind of, you in fact, you're sort of able to hold it up and make it look like you're kind of checking a seam with your dagger and just surreptitiously pocket all 3 of the shards. In the meantime, the rest of you are led over to, Cloven kind of waves the rest of you over, and like indicates to you two, so you are aware of this transaction going on while you're looking through the other piles because they're all kind of in a single area. And he very proudly indicates 2 sets of. Okay. He very proudly indicates 2 things in particular that have been laid out. One, both of which you recognize as having previously belonged to Athgarod. One is the tall, viciously hooked glaive that he used in combat with you. It is a very barbaric in presentation, but finely wrought upon closer inspection piece of equipment. A thick, sturdy, stout black wooden handle that ends in, as I said, like a black metal head with a viciously hooked back blade. Not the same black metal that you have come to associate with the collars of the whip that you found previously. It just seems to be a kind of fire blackened steel almost. In the binding and the lower part of the head, there is a very fine filigree of some kind of silvery metal that extends in a pattern up, almost like a kind of Damascus patina, up into the blade itself. And as you cast Detect Magic, you see that patina and the edge of the blade flare and glow slightly.
What do I know about it?
Focusing on it, you can tell that this is a transmutation school, typically associated with weapons that have been enchanted to basically strike harder and truer than unenchanted weapons.
And I'm sorry, what kind of weapon did you say this was?
Transmutation
No,
school.
what kind of weapon?
The glaive,
Glaive.
that that Athgarod was wearing, or utilizing. There is also, however, what you guys recognize as what he was wearing. The thick armor plates that were strapped over much of his body have evidently been stripped away from him and laid out, forming a somewhat battered but fairly complete set of full plate. It does not glow with magic, but the plates, though the kind of harness itself is in need of repair and would certainly need to be refitted, the plates themselves are certainly sturdy, for the most part intact, and definitely usable.
Naira is going to eye Nyx on it with that particular armor, but she's not going to say anything.
Nyx does not look at his sister. He's looking at Wander.
On the table, there are also, in addition to the piles of coin that this guy is weighing and counting out, there are also a number of what appear to be like charms and similar things. There are a couple of the now familiar five-toothed effigies. There are also a number of other.
How many of those effigies?
There are 2 more that have been placed on the table. There's also a number of like what seems to be kind of jewelry that have been laid out. And what you see as well is apparently the barding taken from Athgarod's wolf. There's a familiar-looking, heavy leather saddle, and hanging from the hook of it with the 20 that you got with your investigation, you notice a very fine, very ornate hunting horn. Definitely not goblinoid in make. The horn itself is long and heavily curved with a kind of almost spiral shape at the end of it, made of some kind of ancient black organic material, but ringed at the neck and head with amber and gold that's very finely wrought. Go ahead and give me a history check, anybody that's proficient.
No,
I know proficient.
I don't read.
25.
Okay. With a 25, the iconography and the presentation that's been that these bands have worked into their designs. This is an artifact of the late Imperial Age, specifically a horn that would have been utilized in battle by a high-ranking Imperial officer.
Have we all noticed the horn?
You've all noticed the horn. Naira is the only one who knows the historical significance of it.
Is it magic?
The horn itself does actually have a faint magical aura of let me just check. Let me just go to school. Sorry, one moment. Illusion.
Interesting.
And one other question: do I have? Is there any chance that this is there a connection between this horn and the fort that I'm looking for?
The 25? Actually, yes. You don't know if this is the exact horn, but one of the figures that you know occupied the fief in fact, the last figure that you know for certain occupied the fief under imperial authority was known to have been gifted one of these horns. They were almost like badges of rank to in certain branches of the imperial military. And the person who commanded the garrison there was known to have been gifted one of these and carry it habitually.
Yeah, Naira lights up at that, and if nobody else is going to grab it, she's going to sort of snatch it.
No, I was gonna grab it. No, Nyx was just gonna pick it up and blow into it.
No!
Give me initiative rolls.
What?
Just to see if she's able to stop you. If she's going to try and stop you.
Okay.
You raise it.
There's no
As
encounter.
far as,
So I'll just roll a d20.
yeah. Just go give me a d20 roll off, and then if you get close, we'll figure out.
Well,
who
this is
wins.
+5, so 18.
18.
Plus
And what's
5
your-
as well, so she gets there
So
first.
as you're lifting, you're just lifting it to your lips when you hear your sister shout, "No!"
I still blow into it.
Okay. You barely utter push the smallest amount of breath through it when the note that emerges from it echoes like just the war horn of the apocalypse echoing out through the morning in this town squares, reverberating
out
in
of
your
his hand.
chest.
Lauren would just smack it out of his hand and take it.
You fool of a took.
Naira's ears are very flat. And she will look at Lorium and say, "Can I please see that?"
You're here. Gonna wake up the kids, you fucking asshole.
It's
And
morning.
indeed, there are people the doors are bursting open all over, and heads are kind of coming out. I was like, what the hell? Because you actually do recognize this as the same horn that announced the advance of the horde the day before.
Nyx will just go, sorry.
Lauren
Nix,
will
it's magical. Do you have any idea what you could have done?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Naira. Maybe you should have said that.
I tried.
No, you said wait.
No, I said no.
Kind of
Yeah.
thing.
You did not say no, it's magical.
You didn't give me the chance, Nix.
Lorium just reaches over Nyx's head and just passes it to you.
Thank you, Lorium. I think this might actually be the proof that I need that I am in the right spot. By the way, that glaive is also magical.
He was about to ask you a question, and now he's not. Okay. I was like, all right, I'll trade you. And so we'll just sort of unhitch the maul that's been hanging from his back that you would think would make someone turtle, but he's just straight back in it. Yeah, just
Clovis kind of accepts it from you and hands you the glaive with a grin. Like, I figured you might have your eye on that.
Man, I
Take
like
it.
the armor too. If
More
I
than earned it.
wear it. I'm sorry, what was he saying?
I said, take it. You more than earned it.
Thank you.
And yeah, it is a crude in appearance and design, but highly, like, as you hold it, you realize very finely made weapon. Extremely well balanced, and as you kind of examine the edge, like razor, preternaturally sharp.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll set them all down in the spoil pile. And I guess I'll add glaive ? To my inventory. This is very good make, actually. Surprising for a goblin.
Cloven kind of nods and says, I've always known the hobgoblins to be a little more dangerous than their kin, but something like that. Well, who knows where he got it. And sure as hell didn't make that horn either.
Well, if what Dreamer said is true, they may have gotten it from the same place we've been looking for.
You're looking for something? Oh, those ruins you mentioned. So that's what brought you to our little town.
Yep, son of a...
Well, whatever it was good fortune for us.
We just softly smiled at that. But, hey, Wander.
He's just kind of staring over at the pile of shit.
Pile of shit!
Yeah. He says, yes.
Could you wear that? As they'll just point to the plates.
He'll go over and pick it up. Give it a good look over.
Yeah, as I said, like the it would need to be fitted to a new owner. It took quite the battering when you practically dismembered its former owner. So it would need to be repaired and refitted. The plates themselves are largely intact and very sturdy in construction. Yeah, with a little bit of work, it could very easily be fitted to you or just about anyone else of the appropriate size.
I'll give it that look over and then look to Lorium and say, I could fix it up. Are you sure you don't want it?
He'll just sort of shrug and say, well, either way works for me if it makes you harder to hit too. No.
Naira steals it from me.
No, Naira has wandered off and is now trying to draw the horn in her journal.
And you do very, very well. And I just need to go offline for just 2 seconds because the dogs are making noises like they have some.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Dogs do
Yeah.
that
Now he's getting the secret messages.
from his puppy.
I make a necklace out of goblin ears.
Boy.
I literally
Uh,
just heard him
He's
go, no.
disturbing.
Ooh. Nyx will just move over behind his sister and watch her draw the horn.
And Tripper.
No, I'm not mean. I'm not going to ruin her stuff that she's trying to do.
We all
I
know the rule of funny.
will. If I notice that you're there, I will sort of move away from you.
Ooh, roll an insight check.
Nyx will not forget this. This is a Telltale game.
21.
He's genuinely hurt by that.
Nyx, go ahead and roll an insight check yourself.
Ooh.
What does it get from you with the 19, Naira?
pretty hurt too, honestly, and quite annoyed. But you definitely get that she's hurt.
Everyone's hurt.
Well, he will take your cue and move as far away from you as he can.
I lay on hands, both of them. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, you spend a few minutes creating a sketch of the horn in your book, making sure to highlight and include all the specific iconography that caught your eye as being as like identifying marks of this artifact. And and it with a 21, it doesn't take you more than a few minutes, and you feel like you've gotten a very, very good depiction of it and all of the relevant details. And you're pretty happy with your performance before you return to your kind of generalized search of the piles. Since you have cast Detect Magic, I'll say you're even able to go quite quickly, utilizing the faint magical field that you've come to associate with these shards of metal to locate them in the piles and make very certain that you've gotten all of them. But you do only find 3.
Well, there's nothing in these piles for me, so does everybody have what they're looking for?
I don't think I see anything.
I mean, you could use as a glaive if you want.
Not really my style.
Yeah, I thought so.
Wander will turn to Cloven and say, is Afgorad near here?
Oh, the leader? Oh no, they were putting him on the burn pile outside of town. Yeah, that's what I figured. What, you want to see the body?
The head.
Sorry. Well, last I checked, it was still attached to the rest of him, but that can be changed if you prefer. He seems to actually get a little bit of a grin on his face at the prospect.
Well, if we're gonna go try and talk to him, we should go quick.
Yes.
What? You practically beheaded the thing.
Come with us, Cloven. We might need you.
Yes.
Uh,
Come.
Oh, all right. And he somewhat amusedly follows, kind of leads you out toward the battleground to the northeast of town, where, for the most part, much of the debris and kind of gore of combat has been cleaned away through the previous evening and this morning. There are still a number of parties moving around, searching the field. You do moving many of the bodies in, well, a way that you, Larium, are in particular familiar with, stacking them up along with what you see are actually several of the barricades that have been dismantled and basically turned into cordwood that's been like layered between under and over these bodies in preparation for burning. And he kind of leads you to the side to what looks to be like kind of where they started, and you do in fact see the body of Athgorod, stripped of his armor and equipment, obviously, has been placed atop the pile. He's very distinct, being slightly larger than most of the other hobgoblins around him, with the vicious large wolf that accompanied him on the pile behind him.
I mean,
So, well, there he is.
grab him and pull him off the pile.
Yeah, you're able to retrieve the body without any problems.
I'll just look around at everyone and say, "So, what questions?"
I mean, is there a limit?
5.
Hmm. I would just kind of look towards Naira and, well, an obvious one would be where they're camped. Maybe that magic fucker ran there.
Wander, by the way, you know from your, this being your power and your familiarity with it, though the spell does compel an answer, and this is slightly above the table, it does not compel a truthful or complete answer.
Yep, which is why
Okay.
I was like, I could possibly help with that, but no, I can't. Funny second level paladin spell.
Funny truth-telling zone, which I don't think works on corpses.
Oh, does it not?
I don't think so because I read
That would
about
be
it.
an interesting rules question.
I would ask you that now because if it did, then Wander would have prepared it, but I didn't think it would.
Let me check the wording on Zone of Truth. Magical zone guards against deception. 15-foot radius sphere. And creature that enters the spell's area. Saving throw.
And Speak with Dead doesn't bring back the spirit itself; it just brings back like a facsimile of it.
I would give them advantage on the save against Zone of Truth, given that they are not entirely there, but there would be a chance, I'd say, if you combining those two spells, there would be a chance of compelling a again, like it would be under no compulsion to provide a complete answer, and it could be evasive in its responses, but it could potentially be compelled to be truthful.
And then with that stick, I will also say that both of them last for 10 minutes, both Zone of Truth and Speak with Dead.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, theoretically, would we not just be able to wait until it failed its save and then ask the questions?
No, it only saves the first time it enters the zone.
Or starts its turns there?
Let me double check. I believe it's a creature that enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there makes a charisma saving throw. I would give it at most one save per question.
Okay.
So so it would save with advantage for each question if you did combine the two.
Hold it. So that is an option, and then we would have to ask Cloven. We would have to define what our 5 questions are. Ask Cloven to tell Wander what they are in Goblin, and then Wander would have to ask them with Cloven translating.
Essentially, yes. That would be the way that this situation would have to work.
Yes.
That is a process.
There is a process to this. In that case, then I will have Zone of Truth prepared, and I will unprepare whatever else I prepared.
No worries. Yeah, I'm happy for you to make that retcon.
Awesome. So, questions?
Hey, yeah.
Nix would have suggested that one of the questions be what their goal was, like their end goal.
Okay. That's one.
Well, the other question would have been, yeah, where was their main camp?
Where is the map of
Maybe we should use the term base rather than camp, just in case it's not a camp.
True.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to know a little more about the shaman too, but I don't quite know how to phrase that.
What is its weakness?
Were there any other supporters?
Maybe we got its name, didn't we? Didn't we catch its name at some point?
Didn't it start with like an M?
The
I think so.
the goblin that approached you and revealed the nature or the process by which you could challenge Athgorad with the effigies, the goblin Zaragel, revealed that intimated that the name of the goblin shaman accompanying Athgorod was Madagereth.
Madagereth?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So maybe is Madagereth the only magic user?
Oh, as a question?
Mark? Yeah. Question mark? I
mean-
pose to the group in more or less words.
Sure.
Do we want to know how they got all the different clans to work together?
I mean, I figured that was all the magic.
I figured it was the false god. Or false mouthpiece for a god. I mean, if we're just struggling to fill questions, I am curious about who he actually serves, but it's not really a priority.
I feel like maybe Athgrad wouldn't even know that. I feel like he kind of just genuinely believed that it's like, I'm a strong, kind of like what would it be? What's his name? Like a Rasputin situation
Mm.
where like the leader's like, I believe this and I'm the strongest, and then this guy came along and was like, oh, well, I'm good. Yes, you are. Yes. God told me that you belong at the top.
Yeah, I definitely got that vibe too. Like the shaman might be the actual puppeteer.
So I don't think he knows. He might know what the goal of the Horde was in his eyes, but I don't think he knows what the intent of Madagereth was.
Focusing on the objective, I think we should probably ask if there are any traps or surprises that we should be aware of when approaching the base. Maybe lookouts?
Maybe like how many lookouts are there, or
Yeah,
I mean, he
or
could say-
is there like a back entrance?
Okay. Is there a hidden entrance to the Horde's base?
How many
Question mark?
questions are we at?
I've got 4. I've got what's the end goal of the Horde? Where's the main base of the Horde? Is Madagereth the only magic user? Is there a hidden entrance to the Horde's base? And any of these are open to change. Then we still got one more.
Lorium has no more questions.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah, ask him that. That's the one he'll fail on.
Do you fear death?
Not anymore.
Yeah. Just no, but you should, as the corpse like fades away. And we're like, oh.
I don't know. The only other thing I could think of was like, was Aldwell just in the way, or did it hold something specific to them?
Were the plans for Aldwell's not a bad one?
Mm-hmm.
What were the Horde's plans for Aldwell? So, to reiterate, the 5 questions we have are: what was the end goal of the Horde? Where is the main base of the Horde? Is Madagareth the only magic user? Is there a hidden entrance to the Horde's base? What were the Horde's plans for Aldwell?
That works for me.
Yeah.
We got 2 yeses, got 2 nods, 2 thumbs up.
Thumbs
Hmm.
up.
Well, it sounds like we have a majority anyway, so.
Well, I mean, all votes matter. At least that's what they tell me.
Man, if only that was American. No, I'm kidding.
Just some votes more than others.
What happens is we all vote, and then we send it to a group who decides whether or not they're going to count our vote, and then
No, you see, what happens is we all vote, and then we ask Cloven, and Cloven decides. So it
Yeah,
sounds like
technically, Cloven could just bullshit you on
Yeah.
everything.
and then I would hug him and cast heat metal on myself.
oh damn!
I still do think it would be a good idea to find out if there are any traps, like when we're entering.
We could try to combine the first and last question to fit that in, because it's what's the end goal of the Horde and what were the Horde's plans for Aldwell? Because I feel like we could learn the end goal of the Horde from Madagareth.
Mm-hmm.
Or vice versa, we could learn what the Horde's plans were.
I can't wait till every answer is just "fuck you."
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. And we can't even punish him for it. We can't hit him or anything.
Nope.
This is when the campaign changes. We're level 5 and we're gonna start Descent into Avernus just to find this motherfucker.
No, but I do like that changing. I think if we, instead of asking what their end goal was, asking what their plans for Aldwell was, could also point in the general direction of what their ultimate goal was.
Actually, I'm going to say who was present for it. I think. Well, actually, everybody except Nyx, go ahead and roll me a history check.
Ooh.
History checks. Yes, I'm so
Yes.
smart. Yeah.
Me too. Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Ah,
Gotta start paying attention, baby.
Himbo powers. Wander, you have and Naira as well, actually. You both have a vague recollection of Zarigel when you were speaking with him in the forest, saying that Madagareth had convinced the Horde that it was Maglubiot's will for them to march forth and subjugate the lands of man. So you do already have some inkling, at least, into the supposed objective of the Horde.
Yeah. So from that, we have the answer, or at least we're fairly certain we have the answer that we would get from Afgharad.
Yeah.
Which means, theoretically, we have 2 questions left.
Well,
so we could change. Yeah, we could
Naira
change and ask
hasn't-
about.
Naira hasn't said that we know the answer to that. Are you going to vocalize that?
I mean,
No.
no, not anymore. um, I mean, yeah, a wanderer will say they marched under the banner of a god to conquer, right?
Yes, they did. Very good.
That was strange. I don't know if I just got scolded or like complimented. Genuine. I need an inside check.
With Naira, it might be both.
She's very impressed. She's very proud of you. She would give you a gold star if she had it.
Yes, I was literally thinking that. Yes.
Well,
Go for
then
it, game.
it might be prudent to ask where Athgarad got the glaive and the horn, just in case that's different from where the base is.
Oh, that's an excellent question.
I have them, thanks.
Oh,
Damn.
That wasn't in character.
You have been gold star revoked.
But what was Naira gonna say?
oh, nothing.
Well, I'm gonna rewrite the first question now. We wanted to know if there were any traps or lookouts. Which one do we want to know, traps or lookouts? Or is there a way to phrase it to kind of catch all?
Yeah,
Wander
just
asked
call
in
it-
more or less words.
Are there any defenses? Would that cover both?
Yeah,
I
but
like the
if,
sound of that.
I think you could just say yes to that. Maybe what defenses does the base have?
Yeah.
Naira just nods quietly.
Oh. You are just asking to get whatever your gift is going to be. You are asking for it to have the word "big boss" on it. What defense does? I said we ask that after we ask where it is, because then from knowing where it is, we could confirm whether or not there is one. Because it could very well be that there was just a massive marching horde. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At the very least, we'll have confirmation that there was one if we ask where the base is first. I propose to the group in more or less words.
So, what is it exactly you're asking?
That we start with where is the main base of the horde, and then from that we can decide, like, well, okay, so there is a base. We kind of know where it is, kind of, maybe, sort of. And then we ask, what defenses does the base have to kind of catch all things like lookouts and traps.
I like it.
I mean, yeah, it's smart. Multiple questions in one, kind of.
And Naira nods again.
Okay, so do you have your list of questions agreed on?
We could still change what were the horde's plans were for Aldwell, because that's the last question that I have written down. We could change that if we'd like to. Because again, to reiterate, we've got what defenses does the base have? Where is the main base? Is Madagareth the only magic user? Is there a hidden entrance? I suppose we go, is there a hidden entrance? And then if we wanted to, we could change the last one to where is it?
Or you could just say, describe the location of any hidden entrances.
I am trying to get us a fifth question so desperately here, and we keep mitigating it.
Sorry.
Damn it!
Wait,
Damn
go through the questions again.
You don't need the fifth question. You could just sit there and stare at his.
But I am an information goblin.
Yeah.
If I
You're a
had five, I'd
goblin?
take five.
The
Yes,
goblin in a suit of
I
armor,
speak
that's true.
goblinoid.
The questions were what? Okay, in order that I plan on asking thus far, we have where is the main base of the horde? What defenses does the base have? Is Madagareth the only magic user? Is there a hidden entrance to the horde's base? and what were the Horde's plans for Aldwell? That's what's written down now, and we're proposing that we get rid of the last question and combine the is there a hidden entrance and where is it into basically where's the hidden entrance.
Did we still want to ask where he got the items?
Yes, that's a good one.
That, or if there was any supporters, any others.
Those are two questions, and I have one left.
In character, Naira is definitely going to encourage the where did they get the items. She wants to know the location specifically of where they found the horn.
Oh, true. You'd have reason for that.
So I'm gonna change it to where is a hidden. Do we want hidden or safe? Because I guess we could say hidden and safe. We could just say hidden.
How
Maybe the
many
least
entrances
guarded?
are there?
I mean, we could say the least guarded. Like, where's the least guarded entrance?
That might work. I was just thinking if we knew how many, we could have Nyx with his stealthy perception go around and find them if we knew what we were looking for. But that is also
or Nyx and Naira.
Cloven
sibling-
sitting here nodding and shaking his head the entire
I slam my head into the dirt and just say, "This damn sibling rivalry will not work at my dinner table. We are going to talk to the corpse, and we are going to like it."
No, I was agreeing. I was saying it would probably be good to have both of them go.
We will not talk about it any longer. We're going to ask the corpse now.
We're literally
Do
sitting
not
here
make
trying to support each other, and you're freaking out.
Do not make me turn this spell around.
I'm gonna kill you and ask you 5 questions.
So we want to ask number one, which I'm going to write down. We're going to change the last question to where did do we want to say your magic items, or do we want to say the glaive and the horn come from, risking the idea that they're not from the same place? Or
Well, I mean, if you said where did the horn and the glaive come from, and they're not from the same place, they would just describe two places, right?
Sure.
in theory, yeah.
Well, a lot of this is going off theory and
Oh yeah.
He could just save on every
assumptions.
single answer or question. Who
He
knows?
could very well just be like, "Fuck you, no, fuck you."
And then fade back to the abyss.
Yeah, and then that's gonna go on the list of the book of things that have to be hunted down. And when we go to hell, we'll just find them.
Because it could also be that the items came like Madagareth gave them to him, which we could
Stop
at
giving
least.
the DM ideas.
What? I'm sure he already has ideas. Have we been thinking up these questions for the last 20 minutes?
But I do think that we have a good list of questions here.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, so we could just keep it simple and say, where did your magic items come from?
I am concerned about the vagary of that.
So do we want to stick to where did the glaive and the horn come from, or rather, where did you get the glaive and the horn? Question mark?
I think it should be where did they come from, because if they were given to him by Madagareth, then where did you get them? That's an easy answer to fuck with us. Where did they come from? It's harder to do that with.
So where did you get the glaive and horn?
No, where did they come from?
Where did they come from? Right, that's what you said out loud.
We're watching Wander's CPU just like burning.
Oh yeah,
real
just
time.
right in the neck. There's a little flame starting to pop up.
It's just something about my voice. People stop listening to me after a while. My whole life.
No, it's not that. It's that he's trying to keep track of so much questions.
No, it's a little bit column A, a little bit column B, a little bit column I'm stupid.
Well, I
A lot
think
of
we have
column
our
are stupid.
questions.
I have 4 questions written down. What is the 5th question?
Well,
You've got what defenses does the base have? Where's the base? Where's the base? Is Madagareth the only magic user? Where did the glaive and the horn come from? Number 5 was how do we want to word 5?
Where
Yeah, it's
where
the
is
end
the
of the
safest entrance?
Yeah, is that what do we want to say it like that?
Where's the least guarded entrance? I think is what you were originally saying.
So do we want to change that up? Do we want to ask anything else? Ask him what his mother's maiden name was, like what, like
Yeah,
anything?
let's steal his identity.
Yeah. Ask him what the wacky 4-digit or 3 digits on the back of his credit card are.
I mean, yeah, that sounds great to the rogue.
Okay.
No, but I think either what is the least guarded entrance or what is the safest way into the base, something like that. I don't know. if you would infiltrate your own base, how would you do it?
If you were going to go on a mission to sabotage everything you worked for and kill everyone you knew, how would you do it?
You want to know
Like-
how I got these scars?
Do you have a Batman plan of how to take down all your lieutenants?
All right, so 5 questions.
After vigorous planning.
We're starting with number 1, where's the main base of the Horde? Depending on what the answer is to that, hopefully it's a clear, it's here kind of answer. We go, what defenses does this base have? Then we branch off. Number 3, is Madagareth the only magic user? Which he could very well have absolutely no fucking idea.
Take out a map for the first one.
Yeah, that's probably smart. Number 4, where did the glaive and the horn come from? And number 5, what is the least guarded entrance to the Horde's base?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Take out a map for the first one.
Naira's the one that has the map.
Have them lick the spot.
It's not my map, so that's fine.
Can't move his limb, so it's how you dictate it.
I mean, we're also assuming that he'll be able to lick something.
Okay, that was a weird thing to come back on.
Yeah. They were like,
You'll have to watch the stream.
no, they were like, pull out a map for the first one, and Cole was like, yeah, have him lick the spot on the map.
Where the horde
No.
is.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Should we say in relation to Aldwell? Like, where's the main base of the Horde in relation to Aldwell? That way he can't just be like north.
Well, now if you say in relation to Aldwell, he could definitely just say north.
Well, yeah, but he could say it otherwise. So, like, I mean, where's the main base of the Horde? Be specific.
Is this the I think this is what defeats us. 5 questions.
It really is.
Is our TPK.
Yeah.
Just have the map ready just in case. I don't know.
I will say we seem to be anticipating that our DM is gonna fuck with us.
Oh, for sure.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
I will say
that is
I like
very
the questions
easily
that we
unwittable.
have. I like the questions that we have so far.
Yeah.
Maybe say where precisely is the base.
Where precisely? Damn it. No, you can't use that.
Like what kind of word of wish spell? God damn it.
I have to reorder these now.
God.
I'm sure.
Roman is watching this whole interaction, just
Right?
like, kind of just like, do I need to be here for this?
You
Nix
need
is
to
just
stay.
like-
Yes.
Nix just looks at him and is like, "You'll get used to it. It's kind of always like this."
We all
That's not
stop bickering at the same time and just go, yes.
Don't you fucking move.
Yeah.
He's just kind of like, just standing here next to a pile of bodies. Nothing weird about this.
It is starting to smell, so if we could
What's it
hurry
smell
this
like?
along.
Mhm.
Unpleasant.
That's right. Ooh.
All right, so it sounds like we're ready with those 5 questions. And we're not even casting that spell yet. We're starting with another spell.
Took off my headset. That it's starting to smell, and Lorium just says sorry.
Sounds like Eeyore. Sorry.
You're
Okay,
my
anyway.
favorite.
Okay, so how do you cast your? What does casting your zone of truth look like?
So he'll kind of stand near the body and pull out his holy symbol, and he will hold it in the air and take his hand and do a kind of Doctor Strange circle motion, not copyrighted. And as he gets to the top of the circle after the first, he forms the circle, and his hand gets to the top, and he lets go of his holy symbol
Just
as
gonna get that out of
Loriam
the way.
attacks me. There.
Oh, I'm just getting that out of the way.
As his hand forms at the top, the same holy symbol appears in the middle as a larger, all-encompassing flaming sword, and it kind of slowly floats onto the ground before disappearing, and then the area in the 15-foot radius has the same symbol burned into the ground. And now let's see here. I think is it every it's every creature. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I want to see some charisma saves.
Can we choose to fail?
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Wanderer is also going to choose to fail.
See what the dice say.
Mmm.
Holy crap!
Yeah. Well, let's hope that's all the high rolls.
Naira is
Well,
not,
I'm just saying. Oh, go on.
Naira is not going to fight it.
Yeah, I was going to say, what the hell, guys? Wanderer has nothing to hide, and here y'all all tell the truth, and he knows.
And you also know that Naira doesn't. And she's like nodding at you like, go on. You're doing a great job.
That's mildly disturbing. Now he's gonna pluck his holy symbol out of the air from which it hovered for a moment, and he'll look towards the corpse of Athgorad, and he'll say, "I haven't done this before." And he'll hold the symbol and just stab it into his chest, into Athgarad's chest.
Oh.
And as he does so, it inflames, and a small a fount of heat emanates from this holy symbol that's been stabbed into this corpse. And the same symbol appears on the stomach and kind of pushes in, and you hear a few cracks of the corpse, and the head into the head
eyes?
breathes new life. Yeah.
Snap open. The same color of fire that has traced itself upon the ground and then raced, highlighting the veins of this body as it suffuses it for a moment. The eyes open, blazing with this light. The mouth. And for a moment, something like awareness passes over the features before they go slack once more. Fixed on you, Wander. Waiting. As you see and feel your power burning through what used to contain a soul.
And when that happens, he'll kind of stare for just a second and then turn and look towards Cloven.
Okay. So you feed Cloven the first question, which was?
Where precisely is the main base of the Horde?
Cloven
yes.
speaks to, it's a DC 16?
Yes.
Okay. Cloven speaks something to the corpse in Goblinoid, which looks around it, the eyes flashing back and forth for a moment before this contemptuous, snarling voice emits from the mouth. Cloven listens to the response, then turns back to the rest of you and says, "He says the horde is wherever he is. He leads it. It is his."
Oh, that's an interesting answer.
That means they're all dead. Time to go home.
Mission accomplished. We can leave. So now that does bring us to an interesting point where we could still ask about the base's defenses. And this is a 10-minute thing, which I'm being very careful not to say any questions for, just in case.
Oh no, don't worry. I'm not gonna be like that for
Don't genie me here.
you.
So what do we do now? I don't know. It's like,
Yeah,
well, that's a question.
Why? Wait, no! So the next question would have been, what defenses does the base have? But now we don't know if there is one. So we could either ask that question and hope we get lucky, or move on to the next, which was, is Madagareth the only magic user?
Shrug.
Where is Madagareth now?
Mm-hmm.
Or where would Madagareth have gone?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because it can't what's the word? It can't speculate about things that may happen. So there'd have to be a way to phrase that.
Where would Madagareth retreat to?
It can speculate using knowledge that it had when it died. It cannot gain any new knowledge, but it could it can utilize all of the knowledge that it had in life.
Okay, so it could be something like, where would Madagareth go now, or similar.
He ran away. Where do you think he would have gone?
Where would he retreat to?
By the
Sure,
way,
maybe-
as this is happening, you see Naira sort of circling the group, taking copious notes as she's watching this with extreme interest.
Maybe you. Or, to Google before I make myself sound like an uneducated American. Yep. Nope. Wait. Nope. Wait. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, no, I don't know how to phrase it. What was the idea for phrasing it? The question about where Madagareth would go?
Yeah, where would Madagareth retreat to? I guess.
Just ignore roll.
I'm sorry, I was told to roll.
That sleight of hand check should give people a general reason why.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're being robbed right now. Where would Madagareth retreat to?
Okay, is that the question you're giving to Cloven?
I don't hear any loud objections, so yes.
Okay. Oh.
Damn it.
Cloven repeats the question. And speaks, and seems actually surprised for a moment. The response is a relatively long sentence that none of you can understand, but Cloven then looks at you and says, he calls the goblin a coward, says he would have fled north to their fortress.
And now we can circle back around.
Yeah.
Oh shit! But above the table, would that? Do you think that would be the Horde's base, or do you think that would be the Goblins' base?
Both? Question mark?
Well, because the Goblins, they don't have I could definitely see them having a base that just isn't open to shit like hobgoblins and bugbears. But vice
I'd
versa, I could
also,
see them having the Horde base.
I'd also think the fortress, quote unquote, would be of particular interest to Naira potentially.
We do have 3 questions left. So perhaps we skimp out on what defenses does the base have, and we go with, because our goal now, it doesn't matter if it's the Horde's base or not, right? Now it just matters,
Where it is?
yeah.
Say where precisely.
Because we already asked where's the Horde's base.
But not the fortress.
We could ask where this fortress is. So, do we want to say something along the lines of? Sounds like someone was going to say something. Anyone?
No.
Okay. So something along the lines of like, where is the fortress that would retreat to?
Where precisely? Otherwise,
Where
we'll just say north.
Where precisely is the fortress that Madagarth would retreat to? Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns?
I think you're good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
So, sounds like we got thumbs up, ready to go. So I'll feed that to Cloven. Where precisely is the fortress that Metagareth would retreat to?
Okay.
Stop rolling 18s. Roll low. Yes!
Hey.
This time you feel this struggle against your magic, the defiance that once inhabited this body fighting you this time. Despite the struggle, you feel the as Cloven finishes relaying this question, you feel the magic pulling knowledge from it. And after a moment's hesitation, the mouth speaks and gives a response. Cloven listens and looks to the group and says, 3 days ride in north into the woods.
Does he point in a direction? Oh, okay.
He says north and kind of indicates in the vaguely north direction. He says, Stone Hill.
Stone Hill?
Stony Hill.
Top of a stony hill.
Out of curiosity, does that sound like anything that would trigger?
You do know, actually, yes. With the recalling now, yeah, what you rolled earlier when you were doing your initial research. Yes, you do know that the Fife garrison, basically the seat of the Imperial Fife, was a garrison keep that was situated atop one of the larger hills in the foothills of the Dorvashi Mountains.
Okay, anyone paying attention to Naira, she's practically dancing.
So now we've got 2 questions left. We have a fairly good idea of where the base is. And out of the 3 questions that we still have written down, I have, is Madagareth the only magic user? Where did the Glaven Horn come from? And what is the least guarded entrance to the base, to the Horde's base? Which we can now change to be the Goblin's base, or the fortress of Madagareth, or whatever you want to phrase that as.
I think we should ask about the magic users, but we should ask it, um, does anyone else have magical capabilities similar to Metagareth? Because I think the way we have it phrased right now, it could be a yes or no.
Or how many magic users are there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Within the group.
Yeah.
Just like there's a lot.
Just starts counting us. So something along the lines of how many magic users are a part of the horde, were a part of the horde.
Yeah, something like
Okay.
So how many magic users are a part of the horde? Questions, comments, concerns.
Already, it looks like we're going.
that.
It sounds like it. Yep. So I feed that to Cloven. God damn it! Stop with the 18s.
Cloven again speaks goblinoid to the corpse. Cloven, by the way, is looking quite almost a little unnerved by this whole process. He's putting on kind of like, you get the impression that he doesn't want to look weak in front of you guys, so he's putting on kind of a brave face. But this definitely isn't like, this isn't his everyday. He nonetheless dutifully relays the question, speaks for a moment, and then kind of just shrugs and looks at you and says, he says the strength of the horde was him and his, the hobgoblins who wielded blade and bow.
I'm
Says
inclined
the
to believe
magic
you.
was weak.
By the way, Naira will reach out to Cloven's hand and like pat him on the hand and go, "You're doing a great job."
The absolute
he kind of looks a little bit kind of like caught off guard and uncomfortable for a moment, and then he's just like, thanks.
So what we can draw from that is probably that if they have significant magical capabilities, he doesn't know it.
Or he didn't value it.
Well, I feel like if they're casting Meteor Swarm on a daily basis, he'll be like, you know what? That beats my sword arm. Just barely.
No, I don't think it does.
But, yeah. And now if we ask the question about traps, we run the risk of him never having been to a goblin fortress, if that's what it is. It could very well be a horde fortress. I'm just worried that it's not, and that we ask him and he's like, I don't fucking know.
Would it be prudent then to ask? I mean, this is going to be his opinion, so, but would the horde follow Metagareth's orders? That might be too subjective. Never mind.
I still think we should ask about the traps.
So we could ask if we asked about the traps. What would it? Do we want to ask about specific defenses, or do we want to ask what the least guarded entrance would be, or rather the least protected entrance?
Specific defenses is my vote.
Yeah, me too.
So we could ask, what defenses does the fortress have? What defenses does Metagareth's fortress have?
The second one works.
What defenses does Metagareth's fortress? Unless anybody shoots Wander with a gun, he will relay that to Cloven.
But a shotgun.
Cloven again turns back to the corpse, relays the question.
This is our last question.
Yes. And again, you feel this tug of war between the will that once inhabited the body and the compulsion of your of the magical field that you have laid atop this area. And then the corpse speaks for several sentences to Cloven before the eyes flare one final time as it finishes its response. There is a shudder that runs through the whole body. The flames, the kind of divine flame that had suffused it for a moment, glowing with a final flare before fading to nothing as the magic fades. And Cloven kind of stares at it, somewhat bewildered and aghast for a moment before kind of shuddering a little bit and seeming to collect himself. And go, he says the fortress is mighty and goblins are cunning. There are battlements and swords to man them, and traps, hits, spikes, things that will hurl arrows and poison. Seemed quite proud of it, his way. He called it a mighty fortress, an impregnable stronghold of his will. How'd that work out for you? He kind of kicks the corpse.
How's that working out for you, big guy?
She knows. She knows what I was referencing.
All right, so we've got the location and, to a degree, the level of defense.
To a degree.
So our job is get there, find out how to get in. Or really, we could just try to lure Metagareth out, though I doubt that will ever happen.
I don't know. We've got those 5 effigies now.
We already know he's a coward.
I feel like the effigies won't matter to him. I feel like he'll just kind of be like, "Oh, look at them! They're standing there. Throw rocks at them."
Or
Look
we
at
can
those idiots,
sneak
they're
in all
standing in the open.
assassin-like and just end him without him even knowing we're there.
Well, I don't know about we, because me and Lorium are
Yeah.
pretty loud.
Put us in a bottle and sneak us in.
Yeah, I meant the
Yeah.
tabaxi we.
Yeah, but I mean, if you get caught, then it's like we've split, and then you guys, and then you're just dead, and we like can't get to you, and like
Okay, Wander. I guess the zone of truth is showing us your faith in us.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, no, yeah,
No,
yeah.
Not actually serious about splitting the party. Although I
Wander
would.
says, "I'll kill you all."
I have a trick up my sleeve to not die, by the way. I'm excited about that.
My trick is that I just kill you instead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, knee slap. I guess it's time to mosey on out.
guess it's time to hit the dusty trail.
Yep, big stretch.
Bunny trail.
Shut up.
Nyx will just turn to Cloven and be like, you can burn this body now if you want.
Well,
Well,
He kind of
use it in a
grabs the shirt that it was wearing, kind of hefts it up and curls it back up onto the pile. Goes, huh, it'll be a pleasure.
Okay, honestly,
You-
this smells
I'm
really
gonna
bad.
cut the head off.
Yeah, to Suval? Is that where we're going next? Because
In a hurry,
You
please.
may want to make sure it's upwind. 'Cause it's about to smell even worse. Get a torch!
Oh Lord, let's go.
yeah, Nyx and Naira probably start walking away as quickly as possible.
Okay. Yeah, you leave behind the continuing work of stacking the bodies as the first of the piles seems to be getting pretty much ready at this point. And as you re-enter the town, smoke starts to curl up from the battlefield behind you as you continue to other parties continue to add some small bits and pieces to the piles, and you're able to make your way through the town square to the Grove of Faithful Suval.
As we're walking, Nix notices that there's a slight weight shift in his cloak and reaches into one of his pockets and finds something.
You find a picture, actually. So it just felt a little bit like it wasn't moving right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What is it of?
It's of you. And can I roll a perception to see if I see him looking at it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I'm
he
not
was being-
hiding it.
Yeah. So yeah, you definitely see.
So I will walk up, and I'll just stick this in general so everybody can see it. But and it doesn't look exactly like this. This is just the closest that I could find. And I will describe it. It is of Nyx, looking very much like a watchful protector, sitting on top of a perch you will recognize as a place that you used to spend a lot of your time when we were at the orphanage. You would sit up there and watch Naira as she was being picked on, but you would drop down whenever anything got out of hand and come and rescue her. It's your guardian angel post, essentially.
Is Naira just watching me from afar, or
No.
did she get close?
She will get close as soon as she sees that you're looking at it. She will approach and say, I saw what you did with the picture that Calcifer gave you. And I just wanted to say I thought that it never suited you. This is who you are to me.
Nyx gives her a big ol' hug.
Oh.
Like, annoyingly tight, brotherly hug. Thanks, streamer.
I'd like to know how you see me. But we can talk about that later.
He will nod. Cause yeah. We can have a chat whenever you like.
And then she will sort of back off, and once we seem to be in a sort of private area where nobody seems to be paying attention, she will actually find herself next to Wander. And just say, so are you ready to tell us what you need help with?
And just to be clear, at this point, are we walking to the grove, or?
Yeah. At this point, like, you as a party are probably, I mean, again, Aldwell is a very small settlement, so you're probably like walking past the stables at this point.
Also, very bold of Naira to assume Nyx let go.
She will try to get away. Are we gonna grapple?
No, I'm just kidding.
He pulls you in and Batista
Whoa.
bombs you. Wander will say, not yet. Kind of looks at you, eyes kind of piercing through almost in an earnest way.
Okay. Well, we can wait.
Retreats.
And you enter into the shaded walk, a path that leads deeper into the small grove of trees that surround this northern hillock. And a very few minutes later, find yourself in the grove of Faithful Suval. The grove, actually, this morning is quite busy. It seems like there are quite a number of people who wish to pray or express some kind of gratitude to the divine for the recent events that have transpired in their small community. Faithful Suval is there with them. Seems to be kind of just talking quietly and leading small groups in prayer as you arrive. But he kind of looks up as you enter and somewhat stiffly and arthritically uses his staff to get to his feet as he smiles at you. Says, this is the heroes of Oldwell. A title well earned. What can I do for you? Have you come to give your own thanks for the victory?
Naira just looks over at Wander.
Yep. Staring.
Menacingly. Wander will look to Suval and say, I am thankful, but I trails off for a second and says, I want to try something.
Well, by all means, my friend. The grove is as much yours as anyone's.
And he'll stand up straight and say, would you join us?
If you intend to pray, then yes, certainly it would be an honor.
Nod. And he'll find a spot where there's enough room for all of us to sit in a semicircle fashion.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the grove is despite having other people in it, is fairly large and spacious. It's very easy for you to kind of find your own little area to all sit in. Uther, are you there too, or have you stayed away?
I'm out front having a cigarette.
He's just staring at the
okey-doke.
bodies like, burn, motherfuckers.
He's got one hand in his pocket.
Weirdly raining in a 10-foot radius around him.
Naira would not sit. And she's looking more and more anxious.
She's catching on to it. I plan to sacrifice all of you here and now.
Good, do it.
My body is ready.
Wander will sit down and look to those who don't sit, unless it's only Naira. I pose to the group.
Oh, Lorian would sit with you.
Nyx would too.
Then he'll look to Naira and say, please?
Can't say no to that.
Watch her.
Naira makes a really troubled face.
Excuse me.
Can you tell us before whatever you're planning to do, what you need our help with? Please?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, without breaking eye contact, his hand will kind of reach out and pat the ground where he wants you to sit.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, Lorium would pop Divine Sense again.
There's an evil, fiendish radiance. No, no.
Actually, should have done this
You-
earlier at the table, but yeah.
In this grove, you feel a faint divine celestial presence throughout, permeating this entire area. This is obviously consecrated ground. And from Wander specifically, you do still pick up that faint, confused, almost like a radio that's not quite picking up the channel. Celestial signature.
Okay.
Nyx is gonna insight check his sister to see if he can get an idea of why she's hesitating.
Go ahead and roll.
Doesn't matter.
Meanwhile, Lorium would just sort of reach over and pat the same spot Wander's patting.
Naira
Come on
will
now,
say,
boss.
I think it's okay.
I think there's something you should know.
Hmm.
I wasn't going to say anything, but then you said that, and now...
He gave you a questioning grunt.
If I remember correctly, you're not sure who Zariel is, are you?
Who are you talking to?
I would have said this to Lorium, but I would have said it out loud.
Oh, okay.
Not entirely, no.
Does Suval react to that name?
Oh, I didn't realize he was
Were
still
you
standing there.
actually-
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Suval was
I
sitting
did
with the
want him
group.
to join the semicircle.
And who was there the last time you met Suval Wanderer? Can you remember? I don't remember precisely myself. I believe Uther and Naira were both there.
I think it was those two, and I
Yes.
think Kosovar was there, but he didn't say anything.
Okay. So, you, Naira, actually know that Suval displayed a
Oh, yes.
familiarity with Zabriel the first time
Zariel.
that the... Zariel, sorry, yes. Zariel, the first time that the holy symbol was shown to him. But he does look at you with interest. If you don't retcon that you said that, since you weren't
Well,
aware of him.
I don't like retconning. I just didn't realize he was still standing there. I thought he walked off.
No, he had somewhat arthritically let himself down using his staff and is sitting next to Wander.
Then if he's like right there, then yeah, I do have to retcon that because I wouldn't have said that with him around.
Okay.
So
Secrets we keep.
she's trying to protect you. She just looks concerned, and that's. You say, I think it'll be all right, and she goes, okay, I will trust your judgment.
Then, after everyone's sat down, Wander will pull out his holy symbol and set it on the ground in front of him. And without looking at anyone, just kind of vacantly looking forward, he'll say, "Please tell me everything about Zariel." He addresses to no one in particular, to the group, if you will.
You
This is him
cast
speaking
these-
not to a
yeah.
deity, but to his the people surrounding him. He's trying not to accuse anyone of knowing things, or he's just trying to know as much as they're willing to give him. So basically it's to the two people that he has talked to about Zariel before, being Subal and Naira. He wants to know as much as possible.
Lorian would still pop more divine sense. Look around.
The air
Okay.
starts to crackle.
Yours is still open. And you do feel a slight intensification, as if there is more attention, more focus being brought down upon this place. For next to Wander, unless anybody else begins to speak.
I will, but was what's his face going to say something?
Subal was kind of looking around to see if anybody else was going to speak before he spoke himself. So if Naira was going to respond, she would have the opportunity before he spoke.
Is this what you wanted help with?
Yes. And then one more thing.
Is it another question, or can you tell me what it is?
He's quiet for a while. I want to reach out
To Zariel?
and his head kind of tilts downward a little, and he looks at the ground and then up to you, and he says, I think so.
For what reason? And anybody who wants to roll another insight check.
Yeah, sure. Lorian's just looking at the two of you.
Yeah, Nyx has no idea what's going on, so he is like intently trying to figure out.
No.
Uther's peering in through the window, smoking a cigarette.
looking out of the second story window of the Fox and the Hound.
Can you see my dice
Appropriately.
freaking out?
Say
That's
that
what?
again?
I said, can you see my dice freaking out?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did you left click it and throw it around the
Yeah,
room?
I left clicked it and I was like, ooh, it threw it.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Appropriately, both Uther and Nyx are reading her quite well. She is immensely concerned about this turn of events. With both of those insights, you can tell that she is not just concerned, but fearful. And her fear seems to be focused specifically on the holy symbol.
Nyx will speak up. All right, I'm catching a bit of concern here. Maybe I'm a little slow on the uptake. Who is this Zariel?
And she's gonna look at Faithful Suvald, but then she already knows that he knows, so there's nothing left to it. And she'll shrug and she will say, currently, Zariel is the Archduchess of Avernus.
Nyx nods, and then he goes, which means what?
She's the ruler of the first layer of hell.
Oh, okay. Second question, just a follow up. Is that what that symbol means?
Yeah. That symbol is Zariel's holy symbol. Zariel, she wasn't always. She started out as a beautiful angel, a solar. Who battled the forces of evil, and then just battled anyone that she thought was unworthy or in her way. And eventually she became. Well, she was considered too bloodthirsty, too zealous. And she was cast out.
See Lorium just raise an eyebrow to that, but he's still looking pretty comfortable. And he just say, I don't necessarily know what kind of pull Zariel has on our friend here, but I've been keeping an eye out and I don't detect anything evil.
Oh, no, I would never. I don't think Wander has been nothing but a perfect gentleman.
As you look at him, if you do, when you say that, you'd see his eye is not purple, it is a deep ocean blue.
But Naira is curious about what Wander is doing right now.
Wander is slouched just slightly, with his hands in his lap, cross-legged, and I'd say don't even make a check. I'd say that you can see he's not moving very much, and despite all that you know about what a construct is and what this form that Wander is in is, despite all that you know about it, in the lights of his eyes, you see just a tear form in one of his eyes.
How is he sitting like crisscross applesauce?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I don't know if you would feel it, but you would definitely see Nyx's hand goes out and rests on Wander's knee. And he says, Wander, it seems like you have questions about where your powers come from. If you want someone to be here while you ask them, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you've definitely gotten something's attention. I'd say keep going.
He'll kind of lean back a little and kind of go into more of a straight posture, and he'll reach up and use his hand to wipe away the tear and kind of look at it for a second. And he'll reach out and he'll pick up his holy symbol. This long sword encircled in a wreath of flame. And he'll utter just quiet murmurings. And he'll start to draw in the air. And as he does, this bright line of what seems like molten iron starts to form in the air. This goes up and then down and then up and then down till it's about a foot long or so. Then it kind of hovers in the air for a second. He sets the symbol down and he takes and he whispers into it as he pulls it from one side of his head to the other. As he pulls, it slowly disappears until it's gone. And he is going to try to cast Sending and target Zariel.
Hmm.
Me?
Okay.
So as I DM'd, yeah, that. No pressure.
Let
No
me
pressure.
let me double check
Yeah,
a
Yeah.
couple of things.
yeah.
This is when you have to
Um,
open your guide real quick. This is-
So, what is the message that you send?
If you'll allow it, I'd like to waste maybe 2 words as just silent beats.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll say, "Hello? Are you my guide? What are you? If you are helping me, please let me know. Please." And that'll be it.
You cast these words out, focusing on the name, the knowledge, but more than that, the place inside you that you feel your powers coming from. The void that contains all that you know is missing. And you feel your words flow out into that vast, dark emptiness. And there is silence for a long time before suddenly there is this sensation of returning, of something rushing back toward you. This sensation grows, becoming something you can see, something that rushes toward you, past you, envelops you. And you are in the place from your dream.
Hmm.
This great mechanical noise, this unending, inevitable motion filling all of your senses. Give me a perception check. $20. Okay. This time, through your familiarity with it, you can perceive it. It was always there, but before it was simply too vast to be properly comprehensible. Your mind, you know that what you are seeing, what you are perceiving, and understanding of it is just a fraction of what is there, a fraction of the true form. But you can see that fraction now, you can understand it. A set of scales so vast that they dwarf the world on which you stand. Impossibly huge, yet impossibly precise, measuring not weight, but reality. And a reply. Not spoken, but again felt. Meaning inscribed into your soul. Guy. Yes. Guide. Warning. Watcher. Fate. Beware. Beware. Kindfell. Zavriel may await. Or may be left. Zariel, sorry, not Zavriel. And this voice fades, and you see now, turning in space in front of you, the symbol of Zariel spinning in place. But as it turns, you see also all the other facets that you've seen in your journeys over the last week or so. All at once there, and all at once subsumed by Zariel's sword and the chain of flames that wreath it. You see below it a scene unfolding. A hobgoblin, Athgarod, you recognize him, standing over Hamish, the young boy who you've seen several times. Weapon upraised. You feel an urgency, a calling. You can stop it. You can interfere. What do you do?
Yeah. He runs forward and tries to put himself in front of the strike.
Intent and action are one. You shift, not above the scene anymore. In it, the sword that had spun above you, no longer away from you, now in your hand, on your arm, but not a sword any longer. A shield. A knight's heater shield. Strong, banded with steel, wreathed in glorious flame. Impenetrable upon your arm as you hold it over Hamish's body. Athgarod's glaive descends, rebounds, pinwheeling away with him into the void. And the shield remains. And with that, the void changes. A shift, a ripple. And the ticking, the great scale. A shift as the weights change. And you blink, and you are back in the grove. And the rest of you see this holy symbol that he had set in front of him. You saw him cast this spell, speak his words out into this grove. A flare of power that highlights all of the cracks and joints in his body, and is then redoubled in the symbol that he had laid on the ground in front of him. And as this flare of power fades, the symbol has changed. No longer a sword wreathed in flame. Now, a shield, banded with gold. A circle of flame surrounding it.
Nyx is intently watching his sister for a sign of what this means.
We're probably not gonna get a fight at any point today, are we? I'm gonna use my critspiration. So that's a 27 on religion.
Okay.
I knew that the critspiration would be used on a party member. I knew it.
Let me just quickly double check something.
For shits and giggles, can Lorium also roll religion on this?
Yeah, you go ahead and
Alright.
roll religion.
Just for shits and giggles, it's gonna be low.
We love the Shiggles roll.
That's not too bad. I do just want to roll to see what I would have gotten. I'm gonna be mad
Nat
when it's 20. Yes.
It was so close to a net 20. Right there.
This, with your critspiration, you actually know that you are almost certain that this is not the actual symbol of any major deity in any of the pantheons that you are familiar with. Certainly not any of the primary symbology that is related to any of the any of the gods of the pantheon, either of the pillars or of the wider pantheons that you are aware of outside of the Harashan coast. It bears a very strong resemblance to a symbol that was associated with a trio of gods, specifically Helm, Tyr, and Ilmater, who were a group of gods that banded together during times of conflict, of divine conflict, focused on protection, focused on avenging wrongs. And you believe that this symbol, it's not something that you commonly see anymore because their churches have largely separated from the unification they once knew. But centuries ago, when the unification was a greater, a more common thing, shields like this were commonly associated with their orders.
All right. Naira's going to notice that, and she's going to look at Wander, and she's just going to be sort of beaming at him. Just big ol' smile.
Well, judging from Dreamer's smile, I would guess that's a good thing.
And she's still just staring at Wander, wondering if he's going to talk.
His eyes are kind of darting about, not looking at anyone, but just kind of seeking to take in information. Just visual stimulus. A distraction, kind of.
Also, seeing Naira's reaction, Lauren would just say, "See, I told you it was fine." He has no idea what this is.
Right?
Naira's ears will flatten a little bit at that, by the way.
Oh.
Look what you've done.
You've upset her.
Did you get answers, Wander?
He'll stop looking around so sporadically and just say, yes and no.
How are you feeling?
Confused.
Where is the holy symbol now?
It's where he left it.
Yeah, it would have just been sitting on the ground in front of it.
She's going to gesture toward it. She's clearly not reaching for it yet, but she will say, "Do you mind?"
As you gesture towards it, his hand kind of almost instinctively jerks for it, then it stops, and he'll say, "Go ahead."
And she will sort of reverently pick it up and hold it out and say, This here is the symbol of Tyr. And this one here is Ilmater. And this one here is Torm. They make up the triad. Do you know anything about that?
He stays quiet for a moment before just silently shaking his head now.
Can I make either an intelligence check or use that religion check with the nat 20? The critspiration.
Yes, yeah. No, that like gives you knowledge. That was your check to kind of know what you were looking at and what you knew about kind of the triad and everything.
What I'm trying to discern is what I think happened just now.
Okay. Go ahead and also roll me an Arcana. So it'll be modified by the critspiration on the religion, but
24.
okay. Fucking lore bards.
Soon it's just gonna be a fucking Naira kind of thing.
Skill B.
This was
something 12 or 13 expertise, whatever.
Yeah. You are very familiar with the kinds of rituals and things like that normally accompany religious divinations and religious and divine uses of magic for communication, particularly with divine beings. This is modified by the sheer uniqueness of the companion that you are considering in this context. Given the questions that he asked before and what you saw and felt of what has just happened, and especially the new form that was given to the holy symbol that was wielded, you get the impression that he has just received a communication directly from a divine being, and that the flare of power and the transformation of the holy symbol where a translation kind of concepts and aspects of the response that cannot be properly understood on the material plane. The way that these extraplanar entities communicate, like their native language, is not something that the mortal mind can comprehend. And therefore, when they communicate, it has a tendency to manifest physically.
I'm going to need you to dumb this down so Naira can understand it. What the fuck just happened?
Basically, something so powerful that its words affect reality just replied to Wander's message.
He spoke to a god.
Not necessarily, just to a very powerful... He formed a connection to a very powerful extraplanar entity.
Do I have any idea of why the holy symbol would change?
The entity felt that was an important part of its response. It intended that was a direct portion of its communication,
Okay.
that transformation.
And because it only lasts 6 seconds after he made his little quip joke to Naira, he would pop another divine sense to see if that tension is still drawn here. And how long it's
Intensely
doing.
so.
Ah,
There is almost a like this place is awash now with celestial energy, all still very confused and swirling and strange and murky in a way that you're not familiar with. Normally, the celestial energy that surrounds temples, for example, and consecrated altars and the like, is very pure and like formatted, if you like. It's defined in a way that the energy swirling in this grove is not.
hmm.
It's in tremendous flux.
So, referring to the holy symbol, Naira is going to say, I think whoever you spoke to knows the questions you need answers to. And I think this was supposed to be an answer. I also think you're a very special person, Wander.
He'll reach out and grab the symbol gingerly.
As you do, you receive what seems to be a final portion of communication. On the one hand, warmth, approval. On the other, disappointment, anger, a frustrated, righteous fury, the urge to avenge. And then they fade, and your feelings are your own again.
He'll grip it tightly and bring it close to his chest. And he'll look up to Naira and just say, "Thank you for helping." And he'll kind of look around at everyone and say, "Thank you."
Anytime.
Nyx will just give you a thumbs up and a smile. He is so lost.
Just out of curiosity, what's Suvo doing right about now?
Suvo is actually watching this whole interchange with a mixture of fascination and astonishment. Like he's not even trying to hide these feelings. Just like looking from the holy symbol to you, to Naira, and back again. He's very clearly never seen anything like this. And as you look at him, he actually kind of smiles at you and goes, "Fascinating. Your group truly is remarkable. In all my years, I've never seen anything like that."
Fan theory. Suval is just Lucian centuries after Curse of Strahd, just hiding out as a human.
Yeah, that fascinating didn't come out exactly the same way.
I only have so many voices I can do, okay?
No, just the mannerisms track too.
He just said, "Oh wow, that's so fascinating." Anyway, you ever killed a god, bitch? He's just like, "Yeah, didn't think so."
Sorry, I have to make jokes to cope with the amazingness that just happened.
Right?
No, that was incredible. All of you guys, like, for this session, just obviously inspiration for everybody. Inspiration on you.
Think inspiration for you.
Val.
Yeah,
That
right?
was- that
No,
was
don't give
amazing.
it. No, because we're gonna get crit if we give him inspiration. Don't do that.
We're gonna get crit anyway.
Fucking
Yeah.
honestly.
No.
That was an amazing fucking setting. Holy shit. I couldn't make a single joke during that whole fucking thing. I was like, shit.
So while all of this is going on in the Grove, Uther, is there anything you're doing yourself while out there?
Nope, nothing at all.
Okay, you're just smoking, watching the group or watching them continue to stack and burn the bodies. And well,
Nibbling a bit on a shroom.
There's a light tremor in the ground.
Acro dosing.
In that case, unless anybody else has anything else they'd like to do tonight, I think we can call this session there, and I will see all of you tomorrow for the next exciting episode.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Can't wait to go assault the
hell of an
goblin
ending.
complex with, third level
I know,
spell
I'm
slot,
excited
2
about that.
second level. It's gonna be great.
I can't
We're
wait
not
to
gonna
figure
die,
out
we're
how
the
much he
heroes.
lied to us.
But I think on the
That's real smart of you. Imagine writing down all the info. I just wrote down the stuff that I was like, he definitely didn't lie about this.
What was
No,
that?
what were you going to say?
I was just gonna say I think there were a couple that were like the most important questions he failed his check on.
There
we
were a
got
couple
the
that you know
location
he was telling the truth, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then there were 3 where I think he succeeded.
And he didn't necessarily lie. He just kind of. He was like,
wasn't
well,
under compulsion.
yeah. He was just like, well, I'm the strongest. We're the strongest.
He
Shut up.
died.
Shit, I need to go rob Hamish. Hold on. Forgot I gave him the ring.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, you got trapped in a well. You never got that shit back, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'll go beat up a kid.
Kid you
Saved
just
him in
saved.
my dream. Yeah,
Nice.
saved him in the dream. Beat the shit out of him in real life. It's a lovely dichotomy we have here.
Suddenly the scales tip.
Right? That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Symbol turns right back.
Awesome. Now that was a great session, you guys. Like, I know that we didn't get to any combat or anything, but you guys like role played the hell out of your characters today.
Oh,
I
don't
feel like
even.
we
We
learned a
definitely
lot.
get to combat. us debating what the questions were going to be, that took more combat out of me than any other fight we've had.
No, that
No,
was
those are, I was not expecting you guys to do that. When you said speak with dead, like all of my DMing just went, oh shit.
Yeah, I thought of it, and then I was like, shit, I don't speak Goblin. Then I was like, but someone does.
I can speak 5 words.
I can say one phrase.
One of them, curse, yeah.
Akbara.
I can say it too.
You would not make me Goblin France.
God damn it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm ready for the-
Okay, we will leave it there for tonight, and I will see you all at 7 p.m. tomorrow for our next session.
Lol.
Yay!
Sounds good.